Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to the stream. I am Raw Zim and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I will turn it over now to Cray for the recap.
Yes. Let's see. Let me try to remember what we did last week.
Well, there was the only thing that I really remember is the guy that was messing with people's heads and doing the hello.
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 It was also Starling, and a talk between Nim and Element.
Okay,
Oh
so
yeah, Nim
what
and
happened?
Element had a very important talk too.
What happened last time is Cray decided to go to the library, and everyone decided to join him because he was going to meet Starling, the three-headed individual who constantly argued with himself. Though he's incredibly efficient at paperwork, so we put that fact aside. Starling had some information that sort of helped us with the whole ordeal with Markov, but also he had some information that led back to the Simic. We spoke with him, but also we found an individual who was a Demir who got caught, and we were able to get him to kind of give up his investigation. He was investigating the Simic as well, but for alternate reasons. For a friend of his that simply went, hello. And we decided we were going to help him because as much as the Demir can be bastards, he was actually investigating for a just cause. So even though he illegally tried to basically take up the identity of one of Cray's co-workers, as well as Cray at one point, we helped him. We went back to the Simic. We were able to basically put one of the Simic in a trance with with Nim's cooking because he kept trying to observe it but then couldn't. And then we asked him questions. We found that he had forged signatures for agreeing to work on his experiments, and we gave him the ultimatum: you can try to fix these, and we won't immediately jail you. But only if you can fix them. Otherwise, we're going to persecute you to the highest extent of the law.
No, I think we'd also persecute him.
Oh yeah, no, we secretly planned on still persecuting him, but we basically told him we're not going to persecute you if you can fix everything.
You mean prosecute?
Yeah, that's the word.
Persecuting is an entirely different thing.
So underhanded, children. I approve immensely.
Well, at least it's not prostituting.
Yes,
was that an option?
I mean,
and
everything's an option.
Cray doesn't know this, but Graham also learned that Cray's mom is Demir.
Anything can be an option if you try hard enough or are willing to skirt enough laws.
How did Graham find out that Cray's mom is Demir?
Someone had a big mouth when you were shoved in a closet T-pose.
Ah. When was I?
It was during your surgery encounter.
Ah. Noted.
Also, Graham is like a stone's throw away from having a complete psychotic meltdown.
Don't worry.
I think speaking with Starling would have been good for you then. I think.
Either way, that's where we are. Right now is we got this guy to start doing his experiments to try and fix Mr. Hello. Did you do the thing?
Of course I did the thing.
No, do the thing.
Ah. Everyone's reconvened at Cray's house then?
No, not that thing.
Okay. Other thing.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello there.
You do it in this amazingly perfect manner that I cannot explain, and I love it.
Everyone has their own specialties. Everyone has...
All right. But yeah, and with that, yeah, we put him under house arrest. So he's literally warded inside of his lab. It's technically a lab arrest because we did discern that his house and his lab were two different locations. And yeah, he's kind of just stuck there with a... He does have, like, utilities, like a kitchen and bathroom. But otherwise he can't leave until he fixes everyone, and he also had some experiment that was going on that led us back to the Demir we were investigating prior, who had a tie to Felix. So
The
now
organic crystal he gained was something that came from one of the dead creatures of Felix, which was an almost unidentifiable material, being some sort of organic crystal that could emit a laser if magic energy was poured into it, which is really peculiar.
So if Graham shot an Eldritch Blast through it, does that turn Eldritch Blast into a super laser?
Unknown. More experiments would have to be done.
I am here. Sorry about that.
Hello. We just finished with the recap. We just...
Oh, nice.
Oh. Jaffer.
Jaffer.
Heyo,
Hello,
Jaffer.
I'm sorry for being late.
You're all
You're
good.
perfectly alright. You just missed the
You know.
recap.
Yeah, you're fine. Also, I just
Guess-
realized we have a lot of icons that still need to be updated.
Yeah, we were going through the recap, so I haven't changed it yet.
So yeah, I think we're good there then. Yes? No? Maybe?
so.
Well,
think
unless you
so.
want to go over the talk Nim and Element had, I suppose that's just about everything.
Yeah, Raharu, go ahead and give a recap on that.
I recognize that.
Putting him on the spot.
Let's
like
make sure
that.
you remember what you were told.
You gotta remember your character development.
We told you there'd be a test.
We did! We literally said that! I just remembered we literally said that.
I
Remember
guess.
my character development? Okay, but nom nom.
There's more to life than Nom Nom.
Tell that to Riptide.
Actually, I
That's what
do.
we're doing.
I do remember that they actually did say that there'd be a test.
This was a physical statement
It's-
that we did
And,
make.
and it is apparently a test you're about to fail.
It's not that I don't remember; it's that I can't quite put it into words at the moment. I need some time. Time I don't have.
Something Paladin Creed.
Well, basically, Elmi kind of wanted to talk, have a talk with Nim after realizing that Nim was formerly a paladin. He still kind of is in lifestyle at least, but now he's more about a mage since he's come to Ravnica. And well, basically, Elmi simply wanted to speak to him about what his vow was and what it meant to him. It meant to Nim. They went a little bit of a back and forth with Nim basically labeling Elaming as an oathbreaker, And while Elamine hasn't officially broken his vow, since he still has his paladin powers, he realizes that he has been he hasn't
Not as strict to them as he could be.
yeah he hasn't lived up to the paladin ideal as he should be. At least it's his own paladin ideal with the both of devotion. And basically Elamine decided that he needs to improve in that regard. That's a crude version of the events, at least. Is that good enough? Can I at least get a C?
I will agree to this.
I just want to say,
suppose.
Morales is going to have a field day with you.
Oh no.
Yes, but you don't want to get on Nim's bad side.
He will bite you if you do.
And he bite
You'll
hard.
have to beat Riptide to biting you.
I'm just going to be very helpful to our dear paladin friend in his time of trials and needs.
Sounds understandable.
Acceptable.
I mean, Nim literally told Elamine to ignore what you were saying last time.
Ow.
He sees through the bullshit. He sees through.
Don't
Ow.
trust the bird.
Which one? Which one? Either. Never trust birds.
I am a very, very decent owl, thank you very much. It is not my fault if my refinement simply cannot be understood by the general man.
The only thing decent about you is your clothes.
Elamine kids being called an idiot nowadays.
Did anyone else notice that sound that was just played?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
I noticed it.
Got a little bit of it.
A beautiful sound at a beautiful moment.
Don't worry,
A beautiful
Elman.
moment.
Just follow my lead, and I will help you find where you need to go.
Okay.
Whoever played that sound, by the way, I love you.
It was very good timing.
I played
Very
it.
Oh, I thought someone in chat played it.
Well done.
I used the chat to play it.
Okay.
So you technically weren't wrong. Weren't wrong.
So, well, I wonder what Graham should have been doing while everyone else was off doing the things.
I would say that you probably followed either Pluto or Elena for another form of training. After all, you
Graham really
want
wants
to increase your
master-
mana sensitivity, right?
Yeah, he wants to have the basics of mana down. So yeah, he probably would have gone with Pluto. Because he wants to develop his powers and get the basics down. So he can basically tell, hey, this person's a terrible fucking asshole who might be a danger to us.
Why are you looking at me?
He's not. So yeah, I guess Graham would have spent that time training with Pluto. Every time Pluto sees Graham, he seems just a little bit more twitchy and just irritated as the party slowly drives him into insanity. With the exception of maybe Cray and Element.
No, what about me? Say it one more. Say it again.
I said you're not contributing to Graham's growing stress and frustration.
Oh, I see.
So then back to Pluto. Yes. Mana sensitivity would be basically doing the opposite of what you were trained to do with the mana suppression.
So I gotta basically let my mana out to feel other people's mana.
Sort of. It's increasing your sensitivity to it, like using your mana to cover yourself actively to basically boost your senses
Oh, okay.
instead of suppressing it inside of you. Such
So
as
basically, if I want to be sensing someone, I have to drop the mana stealthing.
seems like it.
Well, shit. Okay.
Makes sense.
Graham would probably ask, is there a way to like suppress it, like but like only like like if I touch someone, then sense that they have mana or something crazy like that? Like so that way maybe they might they might know that someone did something, but not necessarily tell who.
There are such methods. However, these are parts of the basics, and those get a bit more advanced. Once you have these two skills, then we can begin doing a little more finesse in that fashion.
Sounds good. Cause someone in our group needs to be able to have these goddamn skills.
Indeed, it would be most beneficial. However, this training is a little more possibly up your alley, as it's easier with someone with more advanced senses such as you. Any sense can do. So, after you learn how to heighten the senses, you may find that there are unexpected benefits towards it. You would be able to use your mana actively to boost one of these senses when you feel the time is needed. Apart from just passively being more perceptive to mana.
I feel like this could also lead into the thing where you can where like people's senses become linked to a different sense.
Why, yes,
until
exactly the case.
they basically all become one.
Well, I wouldn't go that far
What
unless...
is that called? Synesthesia. That's what that's called.
An interesting theory. I could see that happening. There have probably been cases where people awaken into that. An interesting choice, really, but I like my senses being separate.
Indeed. But from what I've heard, it'd be like... It's not really necessarily that your senses are... They're basically just... You can perceive the things like differently that your other senses are picking up on. Like, if you could smell something, then you might be able to maybe see or, like, see a color associated with said smell. That kind of thing.
I understand the example, however, scent is not a privilege I have.
Or, maybe you can see sound. In a
sound?
sense. Not really see it, but your brain would basically correlate things in a way that it would basically seem to your eyes that you could see sound.
Kind of like how Nim recognizes people by their smell.
Yes, but if it would be like, you smell like blue, I know you, or I know where you've been because you have this scent, and that scent is blue.
So,
Purple.
Aizen, the thing that you're describing here, those are drugs.
No, there is an actual thing called synesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it's usually induced by drugs. But it's not always induced by drugs.
It is not always drugs, but it is often drugs.
You smell like blue.
All these
Blue is
squares
valid.
make a circle.
You sound like spaghetti.
Actually, a really cool anime. There's actually a really cool anime about about a bunch of people with synesthesia, and basically it was like this person could basically people would emit an aura based off of just like all their other senses, and it would basically look like if they were hostile, they would look blue. If they weren't, they'd look green, and basically it's just like all their senses basically just redirected into like a visual kind of thing.
That's cool.
Impressive.
So, we just started, and we're already so far off track.
I
Amazing.
mean, I'm for it. This is interesting.
But yes, Graham will be like, okay, so let's just continue on with this sensitivity training.
Also,
All right.
real quick, Kerr, I need more for your character card, and Graham, I don't know if I've got your updated one yet. I don't remember.
I sent you my updated one.
Okay, then I
A
probably
lot,
have it in
not a
here.
lot changed. It was basically just the level that changed.
Okay.
All right, I'll see if I
Oh,
gain that stuff for
armor
you.
and armor class. Those two things.
What were you saying, Kerr?
I can get you an upgraded stuff.
Alright. Thank you.
Anyway, you do have an amount of presence sensitivity, yes?
I think so.
Like, you can tell when there's someone else in a room.
Oh, yes. In fact,
Excellent.
I've gotten really good at telling that. Graham picked up the alert feat. That's how he's got a high initiative.
Then this
Also
will
means
be
he can't be surprised attacked unless he's asleep.
then this will be all the easier. I'm going to ask you to try to focus on me, and then figure out what I'm doing, or rather feel what I'm doing.
Okay.
So, roll me a perception check and an insight check.
Huh. Well, can I use hearing alone for this?
I will allow it. This is
Okay.
This is mostly based on senses, and people with one of the senses being higher than average have an advantage on this one.
And then insight. I think Graham did very well.
Yes. He's staying still, but you can hear something else as with your senses focused on him. and your other sense is basically following your ears, you can feel something else from him. Something that seems familiar to you. It's a little like home, but you're becoming aware that something is branching off from him.
Ah. Although I feel like for Graham, it would probably sound like it'd probably be like a sound.
Yes. Your ears are leading your other senses. However, it sounds like crackling paper and
Crackling
a
paper.
pen.
What's up?
You'd be like, "Are you writing a contract or something behind your back?"
Oh. I'm not writing it actively. It's being prepared, so to say. However, it is
See.
not in the physical plane just yet.
That's absurd. And I mean, in a crazy but cool way, not absurd as in impossible.
Well,
Kind of like my
Okay.
sword.
it's not entirely dissimilar.
He'll just throw his sword
It's not-
backwards, and it basically just goes into his little pocket dimension.
You may. Right here. And a contract will appear in his hand. This is something that's a bit more passed down in the family. Perhaps one of the reasons I was targeted. This is a deal with the world, so to say. Try this. And he's going to hold out a paper with a fully written exchange on it that just manifests in his hand.
Graham was gonna be like, "I trust you, Pluto, but you understand, I am gonna have to read this before I agree to literally anything."
No. These don't require any signing, so to say. Just give it a read.
Okay. Graham
Final
will start
line.
look.
Final line. By reading this, you agree to its.
Yeah, exactly.
Which technically would invalidate any contract that tried to use it.
The contents, as you are Orzhov, and can basically get to the point, state that upon striking down your third enemy, restore your swiftness.
Swiftness. What the hell is that?
Suppose I could put it this way. If, for the third enemy I strike down, I can refresh my turn from the beginning.
Ah, terrifying.
Yes, however, the conditions are for me to strike down 3 different targets. This is one of my abilities. I open myself up to a deal, and something gives me one.
Huh. Interesting.
I follow the terms, and I get the benefits. If I don't, well, then I'll have to discard it and wait for another deal to appear.
Kind of sounds similar to my patron, except there's no choice. It's just, hey, you're mine now.
I suppose I'm sort of like a free market then. A contract worker, pun completely intended.
pretty interesting stuff.
Yes. However, you heard as it was being prepared, not by me though. Interesting, isn't it? It probably felt a little. It probably felt a little different too. Not a sound you're used to, or rather, a sound that was out of place.
It certainly was.
Things like that. This is mana sensitivity training. In the beginning, you will be able to detect when someone's doing something.
That'll
And as
definitely be good to know.
and as your other senses adapt to it, following the example of your ears, they'll also be able to catch up and feel when things are off. Some abilities are easier to detect with a certain sense.
I see. Good to know.
Indeed. The basics are the basics, but the basics are useful.
Everything that's built upon benefits from a good foundation.
I heartfully agree. Now, back to it then. And the training will continue as such, with him releasing mana in different ways to see what you can and cannot sense.
Alright.
Before activating it in smaller portions to see what your detection limit is. It's pretty good, actually. But some fly under the radar.
It's also good to know that it's extremely difficult to hide mana and use it at the same time.
Yes.
Which means that Graham doesn't have to worry quite as much about using the mana senses when he's pretty sure someone might have it.
There's either repressed or receptive.
Graham would probably keep his repressed unless he needed to do otherwise.
Yep. A good standby, so that people don't notice.
Graham will be like, well, I should probably go see if I'm beginning to hesitate to even call them friends anymore. If they've gotten themselves into trouble.
Well, our group always has its spots open, even if not all of us will be as composed as myself.
Yeah.
I heard that today they met. I heard that today they met someone else, Starling.
Ah, yes, I've heard about Starling.
I wonder how that's going for them. Starling is noisy.
No idea.
That's a wonderful idea.
As long as he doesn't call Nim a dog, I'm sure things won't get too out of hand.
I don't know what they'd say, and that concerns me. But maybe they won't, being as one of their heads is a dog. They will at least not say it in some derogatory sense.
Yeah, he doesn't like being called it at all.
Oh dear. Well, it's probably fine.
Graham
day to you.
will wave goodbye to Pluto and then try to contact Cray with the Marten phone.
At one moment. There you go.
Ray would pick up Zamak.
How's things going?
Ah, hello, Graham. Things are going quite fine.
Oh.
That's good.
We're about to actually head back to my place. We just finished tying up some loose ends, and we do have
Loose
some
ends.
There was a... We found a Demir that was poking around the Azurius when we met Starling, and that Demir was investigating the Simic. And we decided to help him because he was actually trying to look into someone who was actually shady. So we've gone ahead, put that individual under lab arrest until he can fix his experiments, yada yada yada. It all comes around back to that Simic who was working with Felix. And we need to prepare to go and fight that individual now.
Well, I'll meet up with you. Did Morath actually find him? Because that's what
Yes.
we were waiting for.
Yes.
Okay. Then I shall be there as soon as I can.
Also, a Runesymbol card pointed us to his lab, I think. So we like, so far we have 3 quest lines pointing back to this one guy.
3 quest lines.
We're gonna come get a lot of XP and items.
This is very efficient now that we think about it. We can turning all these 3 quest lines at the end.
Let's go find some more.
It's almost like I made multiple possible leads to direct you in this guy in case you missed some.
So what you're saying is we missed it 3 times. Or 2
No,
times.
we hit it 3 times.
Oh.
We have all 3.
I don't think we missed it 3 times. It's more like we got sidetracked. Because we have been planning to do this for a while, but we've been set back a few times.
Well, the
We've
first
been
time-
waiting for an actual confirmation so that way we didn't accidentally like attack a place where this guy wasn't at and then suddenly be like, aha, he knows you're onto him and has gone into his super secret underground bunker filled
enough.
with just death.
Well, the first time it was for the main story, and we all said we're too weak for this. Because all the battles we were in, we were getting carried by NPCs.
Oh yeah.
So we did training for a while we sent Morath off to go investigate him, and during that we got the other 2 quest lines in which they both lead back to this guy.
Yes.
Okay.
So now, if we're ready to fight, we're ready to fight. If not, we're, but we're all meeting back up at Cray's house to regroup. And then prepare the attack. So yeah. Cray tells Graham to meet him back at the house, and yeah.
And Graham shall do so.
And everyone will meet up back at Cray's house. However, Nim,
Yes.
the afflicted shapeshifter, is trying to follow you. The
What do you mean the shapeshifter?
one that he spent a while greeting.
Oh, the one that only says hello.
That's the one.
Hello.
Oh, he's also a shapeshifter.
Oh.
He's
Hello.
also a shapeshifter.
Hello.
Yes, they were both shapeshifters. This one's taken on a more insectoid appearance, though. Hello.
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 Nim's gonna have
Remember,
no
his
problem.
name was Gorp, also.
Or
Nim's got no problem with him following.
Um. mm,
All the
What
way
is?
home, Nim will probably be going, hello!
Hello.
I think somebody else would point it out before we even leave that he's following us. What is he doing? Element will point it out.
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's following us.
Okay.
Why? I mean, I not sure we should. I'm not sure we should let him follow us.
Maybe he wants to be my friend.
Uh, Name. This guy is a little bit. How do I say it? Brain dead. I don't think he has a concept of friendship.
Hello.
So you're saying
Because
he
you can
can't
only
be
say
my
hello.
friend?
I mean, I guess he can be your friend, but
Just because he's verbally impaired doesn't mean he's mentally impaired. He might be able to write.
Nim checked upstairs, remember? Nim checked.
You can only write hello.
Oh, can he only
Hello?
write hello? Or can he not write at all?
Well, his mind was like a very empty space with a piece of paper that was almost black from how many times hello had been written over it.
Oh.
yes. Basically, his mind is just
Hello?
a hello echo chamber.
Hello.
Yeah, Nim has no problem with him following.
Yeah, I know he doesn't. I'm a bit concerned about this guy following us. Shouldn't we just?
Actually, he's going to be needed for his the experiments that are going to be done to fix him.
Yes, he needs to be here.
Hello?
Hello.
Name. He needs to. This person needs to stay here.
But I think he wants to be friends.
I mean, yeah, he does wants to be fair, but he needs to stay here to be fixed. That is the whole reason we came. Is the whole reason we came here for. Remember?
All right.
Yeah, but
Okay,
he's just.
Glorp. You gotta stay here.
Hello.
Nim, could you move a little bit away from him for a moment?
Nim will do so.
Let me see. Let me see how Glob will react to that.
He takes a few steps after Nim.
Okay, weird. This guy is following Nim specifically.
Hello.
Hello.
What do you think we should do here, Cray?
Hi.
Hello.
Exactly with what exactly?
This guy is following Nim, and I don't think he's going to stop if we tell him if we tell him not to come.
Simple. We restrain him and we place him back in the care of the scientist.
Anybody has do you have any rope? Actually, wait, I should have some rope in my backpack.
I got some rope.
Everybody's got rope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unless you specifically did not take it, you start with rope.
Doesn't Elvin have like
take it.
handcuffs and stuff because he's a cop?
He should.
I didn't
However,
take
Lucky's
rope.
going to like approach and just like place his hands on him and like start dragging him away. Like, I don't think that's needed. I'll just keep an eye on him. Thanks. Don't tie up my friend.
Would riptide be considered a rope?
He
Sorry.
would be considered a very powerful rope.
He'd be considered an organic rope.
Yeah,
Hey.
Riptide
Ooh,
Riptide doesn't
organic.
have a rope. Riptide is the rope.
Yeah.
Be the rope.
Right, Jaffer?
Yeah, basically.
Elemi gives a thumbs up.
Riptide is Sliver.
No.
And
He'll
Kerr
just,
loves
like-
his slivers.
He'll just pull him back inside the lab.
What?
I guess come visit. Seems to like you for some reason.
He's not a sliver, but he is a sliver.
I am, quote, totally not a sliver, unquote.
He's a sliver, but with a big B instead of a little b.
He's a sliver.
Yes.
He has a fake mustache and glasses.
Oh, that would be. That's good.
Am not sliver.
And a top hat.
Am slivor.
And a
The little
top.
bow tie.
It's with an accent, you see.
Mhm.
It's,
Okay.
it's sliver, but it's spelt with an S set.
A what?
An S set.
What is that?
It's that German letter that looks like a B, but it actually is pronounced like an S.
Oh, okay.
There's an umlaut in there also.
Okay, guys, let's continue.
Yes.
Do I have time to go drop my roommate over at his new place?
It's still
gonna
be a bit.
Oh, it's still gonna be a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Cool.
All right. So everyone convenes at Kray's house.
First thing Markov does is try and books it to the kitchen.
For reference, I have posted what
Put this
S set
all out
is.
there, then take out the trash, and then check if it's done updating.
Okay.
I posted what estet is in the Guild Tales chat.
Delightful.
Ah. Interesting.
Oh.
It's sliver, but spelt with that.
Okay, so
Wow,
back to
this is-
Kray's house.
Yes.
Rallis is just going to walk in. Okay, I have good news. I believe I was able to convince them to drop the charges. Apologies for vanishing. I had a lot of paperwork I had to get done as well, and one thing led to another. I got called to a lunch date, and, well, we had a very delightful meeting on, well, a few things I'm not allowed to talk about. Anyway, good day to you, everyone. I hope you're doing well.
Also, map
we'll just
for
be like,
Kray's
"What?
house.
Map for
Welcome.
Kray's
Why are you
house.
still here?
Welcome.
Whoa.
Behold, map. Behold.
I may have made a map for you guys.
That's awesome.
If anyone would like to make a map, I'll be happy to use them. As I know how to integrate them into this house with maps and whatnot, or with the mask and whatnot. So feel free to explore Trey's house.
Where did you make this map?
No, it was a Steam thing that's made specifically for building these. What's it called?
There's multiple of them.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one I used. Dungeon Painter Studio, and I used specifically assets that were open to Creative Commons and stuff like that. So none of this, all of this is perfectly good to use for the stream. And I don't think you used the right scaling for it.
No, that's really hard to do on this for some reason.
Which is weird because I specifically had it exported for Fantasy Grounds. It has an option specifically for Fantasy Grounds.
Ah, well then, I have not found that one. I just had to like try to adjust the scaling manually myself until it looked good enough.
Okay, fair enough.
However, I may poke you about that later.
Graham
Oh,
will
you-
glare at Realis.
I can't move past this orange.
There's first off
That's
we got
strange. there.
Probably should remove the mask.
Oh,
Also, does this
alright.
include all the floors?
Yes and no.
The floors are separate maps.
Oh.
That's cool.
Yes. Also, the tree in the backyard. I'll remove the mask since you're all familiar with Prey's house.
Where does the wild magic zone start?
The backyard.
From the back. Yes.
Okay, so literally the plane, the line that goes across the back door.
Basically, reaching out towards probably the tree on either end.
I've done it.
Okay.
Yes,
By the
so
way-
many fellas.
In the bottom
just-
left,
Uh-oh.
I tried to make a little like pillow thing here in the bottom left for specifically Nim's nest of sorts of pillows.
Pillows.
Ah.
I know all these chairs probably aren't actually there, but I imagine Raul is just sitting in the fanciest one when you guys come in.
They're all
Hello.
actually there. They are all actually. Why wouldn't they be all actually there?
I did not imagine that your house would have a bar.
Oh, that's on the outside deck.
Oh.
There was
for-
a deck.
It's for
hammock.
it's
Notice
for
how he didn't put it in
social
the
events.
backyard because he wanted it not to be part of the wild magic zone.
Can Markov use the hammock?
Yes,
There's nothing stopping him.
Nice.
It's not a magic hammock.
Doesn't matter, it's a hammock.
Yeah, he's got a deck on the side of his house, a garden on the other side, and then a backyard that had a gravel path, but now there's a tree there.
And it's polluted by scorching wild magic.
No.
But yes, I
Theoretically, that could be fixed.
I made every detail in this map by hand, so if you see something, it's there.
Wonderful.
Graham will be like, you know. Speaking of which, I'm surprised Raelo hasn't finished fixing the tree.
Okay, I gotta share Markov's other house, because I made that one a while back.
Oh, by all means, bring it over and I'll make it a map.
Yay!
Well, he is a guild representative, isn't he? He's probably very busy, and the last time we were speaking about this, there were other people of the issue that were coming to fix the wild magic zone, anyways.
Are they coming back after the incident?
I don't know.
Well, it seems that charges have been dropped at the very least.
You're welcome, by the way, for that.
Cray's heading upstairs.
Alright, upstairs he goes. Oh no, it's been foreclosed. Poor Markov's other house.
If you need a loan
No,
to get
here's
rid
the
of
thing, it's not foreclosed, it's crossed out.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Graham will be like,
It
Cray,
was
aren't we gonna
foreclosed.
discuss our plan of action?
If you notice, Cray on the map is going up the stairs.
Yeah, so I'm fetching a Part
As
two.
Graham would have like split to go off to the kitchen because that's where he assumed the meetings would happen. He'd be like, Cray, what are you doing?
Going upstairs to fetch some things.
I will point out that the
Don't leave me alone with your friend. He's driving me to the brink of insanity.
Oh, come now, Graham. I'm sure we can have a very delightful conversation right now.
Don't talk to me.
What were you gonna say, Sim?
keep in mind that it is quite a bit of work for DM to actually transfer over the it's
Can't
quite a
just
bit
use
of
a
work for the
JPEG?
DM to transfer people over from one map to the next, so probably best we don't. It's great to have a visual reference, but just keep that in mind for going up and down stairs. Don't expect him to add you to the second map.
Going
Yeah,
upstairs, going downstairs,
Okay.
going up and
That's why I put Cray on the stairs, just so he's going up.
Just making sure.
That's good.
Wait, what plants is Craig growing in his garden?
Various types of flowers, various types of vegetables, this, that, and the other thing.
Oh.
You're telling me Nim hasn't dug up all the flowers to plant vegetables by now?
Yes.
Nim doesn't care that much about vegetables.
It's meat. He wants the meat.
Yeah.
We have the meats.
That's what that quote was. I was like, oh god, what's that commercial?
He hasn't dug them all up to plant like herbs to make seasonings for the meats?
He's got a magical bandolier of herbs and spices and such, so he doesn't really need that either.
Fair enough.
Nim's got the Colonel's bandolier.
The secret belt of 12 herbs and spices.
Except it's more like 12,000. He has everything.
Fool! I only sold him the belt of 11,000. I only...
Yeah, I can see the grid lines of where it's supposed to be, but whatever. So yeah.
You should know how hard it is to set up a grid on Fantasy Grounds.
Well, apparently there's some export method that I was not privy to. I just brute forced it in my own method and tried to light it up.
Just ran in there, like a round version. And you're all spastic because you're like, something's going on, let's move our stuff in.
Markov's gonna call Nim on the Marten phone.
Here comes back.
Did you know that there's a hammock?
So you're calling Nim on the Marten phone.
Mm-hmm.
You know he won't recognize you.
By the way, while this is going on, Cray is going to grab the back end of Rallis's chair, tip the chair over to dump Rallis out, and then sit in the chair.
You're being
So
chair
you're
dumped.
in death.
Nim will answer the Marten phone. Hello?
Hello! It is Markov. Did you know there was a hammock outside?
Who?
This is Markov.
Who's that?
Markov?
What do you mean?
So how is it that Nim doesn't know who anyone is? Just because they're calling him on the Marten phone.
I have
He recognizes-
explained this multiple times.
He
You know how
reckon
some people are really good at remembering faces but not names? It's the same with Nim, but he's more of a scent guy.
Yeah, he recognizes people by their smells. And
He still knows their names.
but he can't connect the two and two together unless he smells them.
Okay.
He knows multiple people can be named the same thing, so when he's not smelling Markov's, basically it's, for most people they differentiate, okay, that John is that person because they've got that face. That John is that person because they've got that face. Or that John's voice is like this, or that John's voice is like that. For Nim, it's that John smells like this, that John smells like that. And the smell doesn't really come through.
Nim, I'm the one that you won't allow in the kitchen.
Oh! He hangs
Yeah.
up.
Oh.
Who just called your name?
I don't know.
Is Relish
What was-
deposed of his throne?
What was the
Unless he
conversation?
wishes to contest. Yes.
Rouse would contest. This is his throne now.
What was the conversation? What was the conversation name?
They said that they were the one that I kicked out of the kitchen.
Oh, that is Markov.
Who?
Markov is a Dragonborn, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Dragonborn guy. The one from the Is It.
Nim is just staring at you blankly.
He doesn't get guilds.
The person.
He also doesn't get colors.
The person who continually gets threatened by your utensils because he broke his own kitchen, I believe.
Oh yeah,
That
that
guy.
guy.
Yes, that guy. That's the one who called you.
Okay. What about it?
I think he wants to be in the kitchen because we're all here right now, and he can't be in here.
Oh no, he can be in the dining area.
Oh, okay. Well, where is he then? Did he
Oh,
tell you where he is? Element shrugs.
he
Okay
said
then.
something about a hammock.
Why don't you call him yourself? Gray says as he's deposing Relish of his throne.
Holding tightly to the throne to keep it on the ground. I put forth a vote that perhaps Nim should not be the one to answer the phone.
He has his own phone.
Rip. Riptide, what are you doing?
Riptide's sitting on the table.
Ning, could you tell Riptide to get off the table? He's staring at me. He's staring at me weirdly.
Oh, he's just hungry.
That's not helping.
I mean, they're fighting over the throne, so Riptide's just going to sit at that spot.
Oh, so he's actually staring at Rowless.
And Cray, yep, staring at both of them.
Okay, he's staring at them weirdly.
And he looks hungry.
Cray, do you mind? I'm currently attempting to do some paperwork here.
Yes, you're in my seat, though.
Well, this seat was unclaimed at the time, and I needed it. Obviously, as a member of the Orzhov elite, I do deserve the finest chair here.
Shake, shake, shake the chair.
As though expecting such a reaction from the unfortunate, less well-off member of society.
Craig just goes, you know what? He sets the chair back down, steps behind the chair, squats down, and goes to invade Rouse's mind.
Oh no.
Rallis, you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, this is going to end so poorly for you, Cray.
This is going to end very one of them.
Oh no. 2 and 3. Jesus.
Well, so it has turned out like this.
So you choose death.
Wow!
Oh,
Wow!
so close.
And Rylo's almost lost it.
Now, Cray, you've used your ability, haven't you? You've used.
I have.
Would you like to take a death? Would you like to take a death fail or be ejected?
I'll be ejected.
Okay.
Rallis is going to stop. He's going to rest his fans on the table. Rallis's talons are going to start leaving divots in the table.
No, not the mahogany.
As he very, very slowly asks, in a very, very annoyed tone, Cray,
Where is he that it was Cray specifically that did this? Although it is probably fairly obvious given the context of when it happened.
Yeah.
I figure he might have seen Cray in his head before he yeeted him out.
I don't know if there's a visual representation. Heck, I don't even know if there is.
That's what that's why I was asking Digi. Is like, is it, like how does this work?
I mean,
How aware is Realis that it was Cray that tried to basically possess him?
It's
Is
Rowless.
Rowless.
Is
Rowless.
Rowless
Well-
actually even aware?
Well,
I mean,
there is a mental struggle, so someone is aware that something is being done to them. However, there is not a visual. It's more like a internal battle of wills. However, Cray does have to be standing in their shadow to do it, which is generally pretty close to them unless he's stealth.
and also Cray just got ejected, which would be met by him being ejected and probably falling onto
Yes.
onto the ground. So it's kind of
I believe I've explained it before, but Cray takes on a spectral form once stepping in their shadows and ceases to be on the physical plane.
I kind of imagine he basically just dissolves into their shadows. So it's kind of obvious that it was Cray, whatever happened.
Cray. 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 So, you have about 30 seconds. As I am a guest in your home, I will accept your most heartfelt apology. Followed by, I think at least 2,000 gold pieces, I think is fair.
Graham's eye is twitching and he's gonna draw his sword. Sit down. Shut up. We have more important things to do.
I mean, to be fair, I was just unlawfully attacked. Under the laws of Ravnica, I could push charges.
He's kind of right, you know.
All right. Good luck having evidence for that.
Rouse just smiles. Darling, I'm Orzhov.
I never seen Cray basically have a buddy fight with somebody before. And this is new to me.
Like, Rouse is, from what Cray would know of Rouse is annoyed with him and, like, very upset, but he's not actually, like, hostile. This is more him just fucking with him as much as he possibly can. But he's not actually serious about it.
You are aware as a guest in my house, I've not actually proclaimed you a guest, and therefore I could be operating under the castle doctrine.
Markov's gonna put on a hazmat suit and walk towards a window. Hopefully there's a window over here.
There is not a window on the first floor at all.
There are only windows on the second floor.
There are
Oh.
fake windows on the first floor, so we can walk up to a window, try to look into it, and see nothing but curtains and blinds.
So
And
everybody's Marten phones are ringing.
Great picture of the Marten phone.
Yeah, let me fix the microphone.
Except for Riptide. You guys didn't give Riptide a Marten phone because
Rouse also
would
doesn't
eat
have
it.
one.
anyone who tried to offer Riptide a Marten phone was risking their own life because Riptide was going to go nom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, when Riptide noms one of the Martens, he'll die.
No, it's the person offering him a Marten that dies, as per the contract.
So, Nim's voice will, mental voice will come through the phones. So I need help. We need to go over to the one place. I'm on my wings.
oh, you mean the what was the name of that guy? I have it at the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember.
Then we're all standing right here.
Was it Tyler or something? Taylor?
Tyler Creole.
Is there a window through the door? Through the back door?
He said there are
No.
no windows. In
I
There
thought there'd
are
be
no-
I thought there'd be a window through the door. Yeah, never mind.
I mean, you
There-
can knock.
There is no physical window on the first floor except for fake ones on the exterior that are purely for decoration.
I mean, you can knock on the door. That one we can at least that one we could at least hear.
I would like to point out that Markov is currently running through the wild magic zone.
He
He
has a
did
half
state he put on a hazmat suit on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I need help. I want to go get my wings.
We were actually trying
Nim,
to try.
there's more important reasons to deal with this man than your wings.
Well,
Okay,
that
well
is,
then we can do it for those reasons.
I mean, whatever reasons we have to deal with, it is something that we have to do anyways. We came here to discuss about it, but we're just being dilly-dallying.
Dilly-dally,
I've
shilly-shally.
been trying to get to discuss this.
I know, but it'd be kind of pointless to just talk about it with the two of us. Don't you think? Nobody else seems interested.
Oh, I have no idea what's going on. I was just in here before
When
my
Trey is
chair was
done
trying to be
flirting with Rallis, I think the three of us could probably come up with a pretty decent plan.
Sorry, what do you say? Rallis?
Oh, don't mind me. I am more than willing to listen. I just was being unjustly stripped of my chair.
Yes, your chair in my home that I own and purchased.
Craig, could you let this go so we can move forward, please?
Fine.
Just this once.
For your sake, not for his.
I appreciate that.
I was totally expecting Kerr to be like, I'm glad we agree that this is, in fact, my chair. Thank you.
Rallis, can you bring the chair out here so I can have a chance to sit in it?
Also,
We can see about it. After thorough negotiation, of course.
where the heck is Markov? He was with us for a moment ago and now he's not here.
Markov's gonna knock on the back door. I'm out here!
Marco, why are you out there?
Because I was sitting on the hammock. For laying in the hammock.
Furry opens the door.
Hello! Markov's awkwardly waves in the hazmat suit.
Get in here.
Please, can we discuss our plan of attack? Either that, or I'm just gonna walk out this door and do my best to cut a bloody path to the man myself.
Markov.
Markov's gonna step 1 foot into the door.
Markov,
Keep going.
Markov, you can be near the dining table. The only places you can't be near is where the where the stove is. That's a place Nim doesn't want you to touch.
Gray is going to softly grab him by the shoulder, push him forward, and close the door.
Ah!
Did you hear me? Please tell me that you heard me.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. You don't have to walk like that. There's Legos on the floor.
What's a
What's a
Lego?
Lego?
What's a Lego?
Oh, you
Yeah.
mean Mega Blocks?
Yes, Mega Blocks. Yes, Mega Blocks.
In a world where Legos don't exist.
My mom
No,
never
they
gave me
exist. They
Mega
exist
Bloks. I had
everywhere.
Connects.
They're like the ghost ham. They just kind of exist everywhere. If someone even thinks about them, they suddenly appear.
You know, I've been kind of thinking about how cool it would be to have, kind of like Critical Role has with their D&D figurines. But that's an even better idea. Forget D&D figurines. I want ZGF Legos.
TGF Legos? Oh,
Yeah.
Man, I
nice.
want a Raylo Lego set now. Thank you.
We could. Well, no.
I do have an Eevee set of Legos.
I'm talking about. Well, I've got a Growlithe one, but yeah, I'm talking about like we could have Cray's house build set with minifigs of all of us.
Could be done.
There's needed help at Cray's house. Hey, you can build the Cray's house.
Half
Anyways.
the pieces are just pillows.
A magic tree is growing at Cray's house. Hey!
You can build the magic tree.
Build the magic multi-dimensional meat tree.
Send in the adventurers and stab meat to the tree with a spear.
But watch out for the hidden entrance.
Only with the new Lego Ravnica set.
Man, I'm pretty sure if Markov had a Lego set, it would just be on the clearance section of Walmart.
Oh, it'd be a little better than that.
We're going to the best dungeon sometimes.
Yes.
All I know is now I have a new goal for where I want the channel to be. Big enough that we can have our own Lego sets.
I'll do
Because
my
I don't
best.
care how old you are, Legos are fucking great.
Oh,
They
you
are.
should
They
you should see my
are.
girlfriend's Harry Potter Lego collection. It's crazy.
When I was 7 years old, I built a Lego Millennium Falcon, and it's one of my most cherished memories.
So I ordered this Growlithe, it's not actually Lego, it's like Nano Block or something.
Yeah.
I
Where it
was
comes in that
so
little like Pokeball.
Yeah,
No.
it's I can tell you it is nano block because I currently have a built Eevee, Flareon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon, and an unbuilt Jolteon and Vaporeon, and I'm waiting for the Espeon and Umbreon.
I was so sad though when I tried to build it. The
Was it
pieces
missing
are
pieces?
the pieces are too small for me.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm 6'6". I have big hands. I make a Note look like a Samsung Note look like a regular sized phone. I literally cannot use regular sized phones. Trust me, I tried, and there were so many missed calls because when I was doing security, they had iPhones, and so many times I'd be trying to kill. Every time I tried to call somebody, I would wind up calling somebody else that was right next to them in the contact list because it just. My fingers are too big!
That's kind of funny.
The workaround for that is you make 3 contacts for everyone. And that way you always try and press the middle one.
You'll hit one of them.
Hear me out.
True,
You get a
true.
stylus.
I don't think my boss
yeah.
would have approved of that, but yeah. The
mean,
stylus is
stylus.
very useful for me. That's why I go with the Note line. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Note is my
back on track here.
Yes. Okay. Now that we're all here, we can actually discuss the situation at hand. So.
Oh, Nick, you probably want to load those up in Maria's car. Because I have a headlight out.
So we.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to get pulled over again.
Yeah.
So we have confirmation from Mora where this Tyler person is, right?
He's found one of his labs, but is trying to figure out a method to predict where he will be in the future because he seems to have multiple.
Graham will look at Cray. I thought you told me Mora found him.
He did find him.
Cray. He found a place where he works, not him.
Yes, that was our lead.
Cray, if we attack this lab and we don't find him, he could go underground and we might lose whatever leads and information he might have.
When was the last time we called Morath? He may have some more information for us for us now than before.
It was a while ago.
Ring, 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 ring.
Yeah.
The Marten phone.
Nim is just going to start calling Morath. Apparently, there is no answer from Morath.
It takes a while, but he does pick up. Hey, what is it?
We're just wondering about info about the guy that I need to go deal with to get my wings.
What?
Were we getting ready for a big battle?
Look at it. There's a lot of static coming from your thingy, or a lot of
There
noise.
is?
No,
Yeah.
not static, like a lot of noise.
Well,
There was a lot of static?
There was.
Yeah.
Oh, probably what happened
It's
was
not there
I
now.
clicked. Okay, sorry about that.
Anyways,
I do have something that could be pretty promising. There's going to be a big sale tomorrow at sort of an auction house where he's going to be selling his newest chimeras to people who want to buy them. So, given that being the case, it's pretty likely that he's going to be there. And I found the auction house, so to say.
great. Where?
Well,
Actually,
it's-
probably better if you talk to Cray. And Nim's going to loop Cray into the call.
Crane hinges his jaw and slurps down the Marten and joins the call.
Oh,
Oh, dear lord.
it's illegal. That's
Now, Cray,
No, Cray.
consider this very carefully. Are you actually doing that?
No. Obviously not.
Yes, Cray, for the Marten.
Don't tempt me.
Don't you, Johnny, test me.
No.
Wow. Why would
No,
you say?
that's illegal.
Why would you say that?
I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Okay. So, yeah. Send it.
he will give you the address and recommend that you get an invitation as soon as can be.
Ray's going to take note of the address and give a simple at that. And then he looks over to Rallis and says, "Can you get us an invitation for an underground auction?"
Quite easily, I believe. I just would need to talk to my family.
I have a
can see if
feeling.
I can get an invitation in.
Multiple invitations, of course.
And it shouldn't be that difficult, just so long as you guys are willing to possibly pay back in case my clout is not large enough. Though, I don't foresee many problems.
He nods and he writes the address on a piece of paper and gives it to Rallis. It's going to be at this location with, I name off the guy we're hunting.
Tyler Creole.
Tyler Creel is hosting.
Graham will be like, I refuse to owe an Orzhov anything.
Don't worry. If we need to pay something, I'll pay your due.
Don't worry, it's all me. I want the wings.
It's not about money necessarily. It can be about favors owed.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
No. No, Element really says no.
The party greatly disliked that. The party, or everyone disliked that.
This is like Graham, who's like, I refuse to owe an Orzhov anything because it's like.
I mean, let's hear him out. I want to hear this favor.
Remember that time I gave you a slice of orange? Well, I'm gonna need your soul now.
Relish, we have an ex-Orzhov
alternative
here.
idea.
I deal with them.
Why don't we try to get the Renata to cater the event?
I don't know if it's going to be the kind of event that gets catering. It sounds like it's very hush.
And it sounds like and the event is tomorrow anyways. I don't think you'll be able to set that up in time.
Oh yes,
I know
theoretically,
the Tide wouldn't have the intelligence for this, but the party may have. They're selling chimeras, right?
Yes.
Why not put Riptide up for auction?
Ooh.
That's a very easy way to get in the front door.
Yeah, sorry, but that's definitely not happening.
You can put up
No,
Markov for
not
sale.
for real.
Well, you see, here's the problem. You need to have someone who puts Riptide up for auction, and whoever that is, I guess Rallis could potentially do that, but if we get invitations...
Vim would also try to eat them.
Yeah.
Theoretically, for the sake of argument, if one knew of such things, and I'm not saying that I do, of course, but, well, you hear
You're
things
saying that
from
you
time
do.
to time. Say, for the sake of argument, that I did know, I may be able to help out a little bit.
Rallis, stop beating around the bush. We've dealt with the Orzhov enough times that I can't count them on any of my fingers and toes. We literally know what you mean by that. You don't need to play coy.
Yes, but for the sake, in case any indictments come up, I must ensure that I am have plausible deniability in such things.
No one here is going to indict you unless you actually piss
How
us
about
off
this?
greatly.
You stop being annoying, and I don't tell what you assume to be my family about any of your dealings with us or what you're doing.
Keep talking dirty to me, darling.
Oh God.
But yes, I believe we do have...
You hear a door close as someone else was looking out at you and has decided to retreat.
Though we do have a hybrid of our own to get in the door. And I may have contacts that could get me in quite easily.
Wait, did a door actually close?
Yes.
Like, audibly?
Yes. Because it seemed that Korn had been peeking out.
Oh.
Oh, we could have sold him.
Markov.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
By
I'm
the
sorry.
way, By the way, I specifically did up the room that Korn is occupying on the second floor. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Yes.
How
But
has
yes, I would be happy to help to assist the party in getting you all where you need to go. I would be an absolute delight in order to help the forces of good strike a blow against evil.
Heroic speech.
I find these heroic speeches to be so drab, darling, honestly. But it seems to be good for the mood and such, so I've attempted.
I
I
mean,
mean,
but
I thought it was pretty good.
honestly, as much as I don't want to strike a deal with an Orzhov, it does sound like a good idea to get us in easily.
Morales is just going to smile at Ellerman. Oh, darling. Honestly, we have a bit of a reputation, I will admit. However, We also do not hold ourselves to limiting factors that some others can consider to be
Like morals or ethics.
morals are in the eye of the beholder.
They really aren't.
You know, the first step to making friends is trusting them. I say we trust Rowless.
I've
Rawls
never
is
trusted.
going to stop for a second and look over at Nim before he's going to look over at Cray and then at Graham. You must protect this innocent little cinnamon roll.
I'm done doing that.
Hmm.
How? How is he still alive?
Mostly
Your
me.
guess is as good as mine.
I imagine there's something, there's some cosmic entity favoring him, if I be honest.
Or I've
Because
just simply dealt with 2 of his court cases personally, but you know, that could also be
because
it.
as much as I do trust in his abilities as a warrior, he's also gotten himself in quite a few hairy situations that I don't know how he got himself out of, if I be honest.
The
So
power of friendship.
Rawls is just going to stop for a second before he's looking over at Ellerman and Graham. Honestly, I totally understand your reluctance to work with me, your untrustworthiness, and the fact that you think I will stab you in the back if I think I can make $1 off of it. And no, I'm not against it at all. In fact, I see such thing as intelligence, honestly. However, he's just going to stop and look at him again. How? How? I don't understand. I thought this was just made up in storybooks and such. Something to make children feel good. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm not sure whether I want to say, I'm going to hug you, snuggle you, and I'm going to protect you from the entire world, and I will burn it all to the ground in order to make sure you're safe, or if I want to laugh. Or some combination of both. It's very confusing. How do you paladins function?
He's a special case. Again, I think I've had at least 3 court cases in direct response to the actions he's done, or I've gotten them to settle out of court.
Good, good. No, I promise, darlings, I can get us in. I may have to call in a few favors, but I am willing to do so for a friend. And because, well, he just looks at Graham. Your case is just so delightful, and I cannot wait to see where it goes, honestly. So scandalous, so just... Mwah. Honestly, the entertainment I get from just watching you, well worth the cost.
And here I thought you were only here for me.
Oh, darling. Business before pleasure.
hello.
You, you, Cray, are business. You are something fun to pit my wit against and enjoy. You are delightful, but Graham is that forbidden desire, just hiding in the background. That you just can't wait to see
stop
where it
talking.
goes.
The ways you've regarded me in the past, I would have almost assumed you would have had me registered under pleasure, but I'm not sure.
You're the okay pleasure that's you can be seen in public with. Graham is the secret backdoor pleasure that will ruin your reputation if it's found out.
Where has this conversation ended up at?
There's a horrified shudder through Graham at listening to Rallis fucking talk.
I think we have made a mistake. We should probably go back to the drawing board.
But I must say, Element, as we have at least a little bit of a plan for me getting us into this little deal. By the way, did you bring money?
Yes.
Money, I mean in the hundreds or thousands, not change.
We've
Yes.
got to have Money.
Elemi simply responds with yes, like nonchalantly, yes.
Markov's gonna raise his hand.
Don't tell him exactly how much you have. He will try to scam you out of it.
I like this chair.
I
This chair
will.
is my chair.
Oh, I won't. I'm just saying. I think I have enough. I think I have enough.
Ralph is just going to look at Elemen before looking at Markov. It is a very nice chair, darling.
Riptide, could you please get down from the table, by the way?
He's been there for this. Been there for the entire conversation, just staring at Relos and Cray.
Yeah.
Wait, is the table more comfy? Markov's gonna sit on the chair or on
He's
the table.
under the table.
No, he was
Oh.
on the table.
Elemi is gonna slap his forehead. Huh?
Elemen,
Markov, get off the
I do
table.
have a question for you, though.
Huh?
And this is very important, I must say. For you see, a few of my contacts in the city reported to me that you and Nim had a very, very juicy conversation. And
Wait, what? How did you know about that?
oh, darling, I'm Orzov. You think something can be said in this town without me finding out somehow?
Yes,
Trevor,
there's
look,
plenty of things that
there's
can happen.
ghosts element. He likely has employed some of his family's servants to keep tabs on many of us.
Debtors.
And if I find them, I will be removing them from my presence.
I will remove them. I will remove them from existence.
Now, but I must say, Elemen,
They should be
This-
outside.
absolutely fascinating watching you, seeing you come to terms with this, and understanding that who you are, that you are not necessarily holding true to your code as well as you could. But I have a question for you. What
Yes.
do you do when your code is used against you as a weapon?
Elemi blinks. Huh?
What do you do when your code is used against you? When a villain takes an innocent life as hostage, threatening to destroy them unless you back off. But unless you stop them, thousands more will die. They are using your code there as a shield to protect themselves by threatening this innocent. Are you willing to forsake your code for the greater good?
Elemi rubs his chin.
Nim is watching
Argue that.
intently.
And as Hootie's asking this, Riptide went to the wall, climbed up on the roof, and is now sort of just hanging upside down above.
If I be honest, I'd like to say I'll try and take a third ocean and save them both, but I know sometimes that's just not possible. So at that very moment, I would just try and save the life that's right in front of me.
Rallis is going to sit back and kind of consider that answer for a moment. Interesting, slightly expected, short-sighted, but understandable, I suppose. It's interesting, honestly, listening to that, because you like to say that you would save whoever you can, but at the same time, say by saving the hostage, 500 other people die as you are unable to stop their plan, and they are able to succeed, releasing, say, deadly creatures throughout the streets of Ravnica. Are you to blame, then, for those deaths, when you could have stopped them?
Yeah.
I do not mean to impose upon your words, and he looks over at Nim, nor yours. However, I look at things in more of a cost effectiveness. By saving many lives, you are having a greater overall impact in what you call good. While it is, I don't want to say wrong, however, I will call it more wasteful. Any life lost is wasted. There is no profit usually in death. There are far more lucrative options than simply killing somebody. While it might be expedient at times, it can also lead to issues down the way, and thus should only be employed when necessary. However, in this case, the balance, you could say, 500 lives versus 1 life, which is more important in the grand scheme of things.
Enemy is not gonna take any moment to Enemy is not gonna take any moment to respond as he says. Neither option is an option for me. I will try to say them all if I could, but I know that's not possible all the time. I can't shackle myself to thinking that I can save everyone. But I need to be able to move the best path forward.
But now you see. People call us Orzhov greedy. And well, yes, I will admit many of us have a lust for gold and the finer things in life. But is greed always a bad thing? Is not the greedy desire to save everyone, to ensure that everyone can have a happy life, that everyone survives
Graham's gonna
disaster?
just be like, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. The difference between Orzhov greed that you're trying to preach is that Orzhov's greed is to benefit oneself.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about Orzhov greed. I was just talking about greed in general.
Yes, I'm just saying. I don't think I didn't catch you trying to work in that you're not
so different.
Yeah.
To be fair, this entire example falls back on a fallacy. You're comparing to the greed of saving lives versus the greed of wealth. One is intrinsically personal, while the other is extrinsically altruistic.
Can we... I understand this, and I know that coming from me this may sound as rich and absolutely hilarious, but wealth can be used for good. My family is not what you would call philanthropists, not unless there's some personal gain to be made. But it is the drive to acquire wealth, the greed that can be fascinating in people. Not just for money, but for simply getting what they desire. Desire is what spurs everyone to do something. Food, wealth, homes, family, adventure. It is that drive, that want, that makes people who they are, that pushes civilization onwards. When greed becomes too great and all-consuming, it very likely will destroy the person. But in moderation, it can be quite good, as you would put it.
You know, you actually make a good point, believe it or not.
Graham will just be like, I'd also like to let's walk and talk while we're on our way to Tyler's, because if I hear too much more of this Orzhov rhetoric, I'm gonna lose my shit.
We need him to get an invitation first.
If I
Yes, you have to talk to my
Right.
family.
you're not wrong when you say that you try to save somebody when you would like to save everybody is a greed of some sort. And if I were to be overcome by that greed, I could try and save everybody while and end up not saving anybody. Being able to control the desire to move the best path forward is what will make a good paladin, at least in my opinion.
And what decides that is power. Not necessarily physical power. Economical, social, physical, divine. By having power, you can enforce your will upon the world. You can make what you desire a reality. Those with power decide what happens. Those without can only move along this sort of flow of fate, you could call it, unable to change what is going to happen.
So there are
Everyone
types.
decides
Paladin's
power.
job is not to seek power or impose their will on the world. It is to fulfill their oaths, to do what they swore to do.
I should also note there are types of powers which intrinsically make you weaker.
This is true.
I do need to become stronger if I'm going to be able to protect people, though.
Rallis is going to stand up and stretch a little bit. I suppose moving back to the point I wished to bring up when I first mentioned this, I would say to consider my words, Ellerman, simply because I have found in my family's dealings one of the greatest weapons to use against a paladin is their own code against them. To turn it into a weapon to destroy them. I do not wish to see such a thing happen to you, so I give you this warning. You need to decide what you will do. Regardless of what anything else, you need to decide what you will do if the worst comes to happen. If your code becomes a noose around your neck, what will you do?
Elemin puts his hands below his chin and doesn't necessarily answer. He just stares.
And Rallis will give a bit of a bow. I will bid you all good day. I shall go and acquire the invitations and be back momentarily. If there is anything that you wish for me to pick up on my way, I am more than willing to do so. And he's just going to be smiling and watching Elemin.
Elemin doesn't watch Relo's Day, but he looks like he's thinking. He looks like he's thinking a lot right now, as you live.
As Rouse walks towards the door, he's going to pause and look back towards Nim. What kind of paladin were you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm still one. An Oath of the Ancients.
What does that mean to you?
I make friends. I keep people happy. I make people happy however I can. But not by forcing them that way.
Could make Markov happy if he was allowed in the kitchen.
The kitchen wouldn't be happy though.
The
Fair
kitchen
enough.
would not be happy. And in this point,
The
in
kitchen
this
doesn't have
situation,
emotions.
Nim just turns a look to Cray. And, you know, if looks could kill, Cray would be fried chicken right now.
Fried cray.
Fried cray.
Ray just looks back at him. What?
The kitchen very much does have emotions.
It's metal and wood. The only reason why it has any form of a feature that takes on any sort of humanization is because you enchanted to do so.
Now I can't help but imagine Nim staring at Cray and Laser's puppet of Nim, and suddenly Cray just transforms into a big, fried chicken leg.
I was imagining the Lego set of the fried chicken.
Okay, sorry.
There is a feel to a kitchen when you are cooking in it. They have their own souls, their own feelings, their own flow to it.
Agree that it has a feel and flow to it, but it's an object. Much like the ground or a stone, not everything has a soul.
Kitchens do.
To be
Two
fair,
things.
we have made a ceiling and the floor that have feelings.
You know
Although,
what? That actually is a valid point. I received my comment.
My kitchen doesn't have a soul.
It does. Barely. You've almost destroyed it. But it's still there.
You didn't try hard enough then.
Markov's gonna go home and work on his kitchen.
Oh no!
Also,
Bye,
that is a
friends.
threat.
DG, I sent you a
So-
little random thing on Discord.
Graham will look at Cray. So, at this auction, are we gonna try to deal with this around back, or basically as soon as we see the man, are we gonna basically just charge up onto the auction stage and try to deal with him?
Well, I generally prefer to take care of things nice and quietly, but there always is the option for when that sometimes inevitably fails, to go, as they call, loud.
Did we do a whole event that involved wacky bombs? That was pretty loud. There was confetti.
Do you know what all the things the wacky bombs can do?
It's randomized each time. I mean,
Yes, but is it randomized from a list of like 10 things, or can literally anything happen?
literally anything. Do we want to test fate and let one go as Markov holds up a wacky bomb?
Please no.
No.
It's also variable on how many you release at once. I will also give you that hint, as you have worked in music.
Oh.
Okay, I will. I'm going to go off. I'm going to prepare some Azurius Guard so that they will be actively ready to make arrests. But we'll want to do our own poking in first. Ray says as he goes off to prepare the Azurius Peacekeepers,
Bye, Cray.
as he usually does. He just gives a nod.
Well, I suppose we have a plan now. I'd be getting some boruses ready for this if I was in probation at the moment.
I'm sure. Well, probation doesn't mean that you can't go inform them that we're planning a strike against a potential seekers ally.
That is true.
And to be maybe have some nearby patrols be aware of when shit goes down to help us and not listen to this Tyler person.
That is true. In that case, I will go talk to the commander about this.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go get ready too. Markov's gonna just.
Also, I sent you one more thing, did you?
Markov's gonna wave by Element as he lays in the hammock.
Marco, what are you doing there?
I'm getting ready.
How are you getting ready by laying on the hammock?
Relaxing.
Ah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Element just leaves.
Goodbye. Hi.
Jug.
Dude.
That's the sound of
So-
a cat jumping up on someone's desk.
That's the sound of her clawing into my chest.
Ouch.
Ouch.
So we're headed off to where exactly right now?
You were letting Rowless get invitations to these.
I'm currently negotiating at the moment.
Ralph is getting invitations. Cray's getting peacekeepers. Element is preparing the Boros.
So what will everyone else be doing?
Nim shall cook.
Oh, by the way, is this auction happening tonight or tomorrow or
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it happening tomorrow?
okay?
And just in time, as that will be around the time that you completely recover from your surgery, and Nim will be off his restorative period also.
Yay.
Wait, what was Nim being restored for? Because he was acting like he didn't have wings.
He'd
Abusing his magical power, his mana
Oh.
ability.
If
Right.
someone
he was functioning at basically double cost
He's
until his mana settled down.
he summoned both Raylo and Golkasha in quick succession on that event at the bridge. That basically caused him all the hit dice he had access to.
Just about. So, summoning again would be costly, very costly. But with time, it's settling down. So, Nim is cooking the rest of the party.
The name is cooking the rest of the party. Oh no!
That's where punctuation is important. There is a pause I made.
Would Markov be?
He's starting
Graham
with
will look
Cray.
Graham will look like he'll stand up. He's about to leave, and he's like, "Okay, I guess I'll stay."
Rabbit stew it is. It's literally just Graham, Nim, Silver, and Riptide. Because Relish technically isn't there either.
Oh, is Markov not doing anything?
I suppose, yeah, Markov would be there, but he's sleeping.
Sleepy.
Super comfy.
Oh,
He's
where'd
taking a
Cray
nap.
go?
He went
Cray
to get
get
peacekeepers.
peacekeepers, yeah. Cray's getting the SWAT ready. Element's getting the regular police force ready. And Rallis is out getting
Cray's
the
getting
invitation.
the judge and jury ready.
Cray's getting the judge and jury. Element's getting the executioner.
Markov's dreaming about setting up an entire army of wacky bombs.
Oh my god. There will be nothing left of the place. That or it will be... God, what could happen?
All the
If he brings that many, I'm gonna have to look at my lists.
The end of the world.
all the pretties marching.
Oh my!
Yeah, no, he's just dreaming. He's just dreaming of leading an entire army of wacky bombs in his penguin costume.
So,
Every wacky bomb is saying, "Dude."
so basically, everybody has something useful to do except for Graham.
You know that scene from Star Wars Episode 3 where Anakin's leading an army of stormtroopers? Just imagine that with wacky bombs.
Oh my
Well,
god!
I mean, if you want Graham to go to his guild, he could literally get a militia army. But
Markov,
that's
are you
more of
talking
a
about the scene, right?
retaliation force.
Markov, are you talking like the scene right before he kills a bunch of younglings?
Yep. Master Markov, there's too many of them. What are we gonna do?
Dude! There was no way we couldn't do that. However, that was still an evil thing to do. Make no mistake.
Evil.
Someone's trying to argue that Anakin wasn't chaotic evil?
There are some apologists. Not here, but they exist.
I'm
He
pretty
was
sure he
willing
was
to break-
neutral evil.
No, he was willing to break every law and every tenet that he held up as a Jedi in
Just
order
to save his
to-
life.
in order to complete a
that means
selfish
he's
act.
not lawful.
Yeah, because it's a selfish act, it's neutral evil instead of chaotic evil, isn't it?
I would say
But-
he was
That's
he
not-
was more neutral evil until he started literally killing people who couldn't defend themselves for the
Like-
sake of killing
the
people who
children.
could defend
like
themselves.
the children. But let's not
Like
get
when he
into
started killing the children.
let's not get into the alliance talk right now, though. That's gonna get us in a big tangent if we keep going.
Neutral evil.
Stop.
Chaotic evil.
Okay,
I-
stop.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that one thing. That was my bad.
I will arrest the two of you if you don't stop.
Anyways,
So yeah, Nim is cooking up a small banquet of meaty foods, as well as a couple of vegetarian dishes for the rabbit.
Nom.
Our modest
Riptide
fellowship
looks
expands.
sad that the food
Praise
is
the
being
sub.
heated up and all that nice juiciness is being taken out of them.
Oh, the way Nim cooks, there is still so much juiciness.
Nom.
But
Because
for a
I've-
creature that likes to eat raw meat,
Yeah.
I mean, Nim likes that too.
But he's cooking right now.
Yes, because
Because
he's
no.
found that it's better this way.
It is
even-
better this way.
It's even better than raw. But he's also, learned how to cook without getting rid of all the juices.
Juices.
I assume it doesn't take long for Cray to get back because he's
No.
probably just
Submitting the request and giving the reason, they'll start getting organized.
Cray is becoming a well-known name.
Oh yes, that's why people have come to expect that. Oh, Cray's doing something. Don't worry about it. However, that did also leave things open to the impersonator.
Ray had an impersonator?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
There was a Demir agent that we caught who was disguising himself as one of Cray's sort of like Interns?
Yeah, and then he briefly impersonated Cray, and then the last shape that he took was
Of
it was
Gray.
it was some other bird because he was trying to look to pass off as a student.
Oh yeah. But we caught him due to his scent.
Yeah, name is pretty useful in that regard. Well, name is useful in general.
Very handy, yes. Very, very handy.
Gray is going to lounge on one of the big cushiony areas. For reference, that's what those big sort of red areas are on the floor. That's basically just essentially a mattress for lounging.
A gleaming
I thought that was a trail
endowment.
of pillows leading into the kitchen or dining room.
No,
Oh my.
there are
Raharu,
certain.
thank you so much for that donation.
Very
Hey,
kind.
Did Rahu already complete the donation goal?
The
No,
goal is not
just a bit.
completed, but it's
But it was a nice bit.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
But no, the red, yellow, and purple pillows that are kind of in a path, those are like pathway pillows that are like more firm in the ground and they're not loose. But the big red areas that have like patterns on them, those are like mattresses and actual like specifically designated areas for lounging.
Graham would probably, when Cray gets back, probably join him and be like, Cray, I think we need to find someone to teach Nim some Ravnica common sense.
I did that when I first met him.
Did it work? Has it worked? I mean, there's...
I taught him about the 10 guilds, and most of it got through to him, but I'm not sure how much of it he properly remembers.
Because,
Two of good
like,
tales.
the situation on the bridge, like, that could have been so very bad. That was a situation where we should have just been doing. We should have tried to just do damage control instead of trying to attack that person who was probably very likely dangerous beyond all reason for us.
Who is that person?
What was his name? Did we even learn his name? No, Nim just summoned. Oh God, I can't remember his name.
Ah, yes, I remember being vaguely told about
Raylel.
this. It was Erectus.
Raylel, that's it. Raylel.
Yes.
I'm getting it confused with Rallis.
Right, and Raylel decided to fight this Rakdos and then promptly vanished.
Yeah, but Raylel of all people, became serious. That tells me all that I need to know about how dangerous that could have been, not just for us, but the city as a whole.
Well, then he made the appropriate move, didn't he?
I don't think we should have turned it into a fight. I mean, it just happened. What happens next time we run into something like this?
Maybe there won't be a next time, but either way, summoning some of our most powerful allies is one way to deal with it. Nim himself has, quote-unquote, made friends with even the head of the Gruul clans.
Yes, but I'm saying that we can't, as nice as it might seem to be to potentially be starting wars with between the guilds. This is how wars start with the guilds.
War between who?
Literally anyone that we're dealing with.
It sounds
if they're a
as
high
though...
enough, if they're a high enough rank, and we try to deal with them ourselves, things could get very bad for the city.
You say that as though anyone with any rank in any guild that isn't the guild master has the proper authority to simply go to war. Even for the Rakdos, it would be a process of rallying all the other demons and other other various fiends under one cause, and most of them are hedonists. And they don't really care for political matters, they more care for pleasing themselves.
I still
Truthfully,
think we need to use some caution with trying to deal with some of these people.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, in that situation, I think he aptly did the right thing. After all, it's not really the best option to let certain individuals go running amok like that.
That's why I'm saying we probably could have prevented we could have definitely dealt with what he was trying to do without necessarily engaging him.
Right, and then he would have just done it some more.
I mean, for all we know, he's still doing it.
True, but for all we know, he's also still fighting Raylel. After all, Raylel has apparently gone missing.
Wait, seriously? When did you learn this?
Ah, well, the other day, when I was putting that individual under house arrest, did we tell you about that yet?
You might have vaguely hinted at it.
Well, the Simic that we put under house arrest, who's trying to fix a few experiments that he's done with some malpractice. When I went to the Simic to get some peacekeepers to place him under a house arrest, one of them was questioning an Izzet. And he was questioning him because there were some stars in the sky that had changed. And they knew the only person possible of something like that was Raylel. But Raylel apparently has gone missing, even to the eyes of the Azurius. And given that Nim had summoned him fairly recently by the sounds of it, well, I assume that he's either still engaged in battle or perhaps dead.
So now we have a district that he controls, devoid of any significant leadership.
Not true.
Are you sure about that?
There are other names in the Izzet Guild that can rise to power. As long as Niv Mizzet is still in control of things, he'll...
Yeah, but again, he's in charge of a fairly large area as far as I'm aware. You're telling me that kind of power vacuum isn't going to cause problems? Or potentially,
you mean Raylel specifically?
I mean, with there suddenly being a very powerful figure missing from a very specific area that the Izzet once controlled. Who's to stop some other big name from a different guild trying to move in on the Izzet?
The Izzet are. That's an internal affair.
I mean, from a different, whatever.
Even if
you're not
someone
concerned,
from
if you guys aren't
outside...
concerned about it, then I guess that's that.
I'm not trying to downplay your concerns, but at the same time, there's a natural order to these things. The question would essentially be the same if Raylel just decided to die one day due to natural causes. Who takes it then? What are they going to do? But it's just not something we need to actively deal with. That's an internal affair for the Izzet.
I understand, but my concern is the Seekers taking advantage of something that didn't necessarily need to become a problem right now.
Well, that's kind of what we're actively doing. We're trying to put oppression on them. Well, not oppression, but
Suppress.
yes.
But what I'm saying is, we know there's they have spies and agents in every guild. We're aware of this. You're telling me that there's no way that they're going to try to use something like this or anything that they can to whip a guild into a frenzy to cause chaos and rifts between the guilds to weaken them at any opportunity.
They will absolutely use any opportunity they have, but that's like saying, you know,
I'm saying if I was with them, I would absolutely use the absence of a powerful figure like Raylel to get some guild to try to move in on the Izzet's territory and kick off a war on any kind of scale between the guilds, because the more they're focusing on fighting each other, the less they're focusing on fighting the Seekers.
right, but also provoking that kind of combat is going to be difficult.
I don't know.
While the guilds do quarrel quite a bit, there is a somewhat natural standing and respect for the guild pact. It's the only reason why all-out war hasn't already consumed most of the guilds, because
honestly, with all the secrets that the guilds are keeping, I honestly don't really even know what to believe about any of that.
either way, I can't really think of many guilds who would actively want to go to war with the Izzet, and those who've already they've already tried to provoke, as they have been trying to provoke wars with the Izzet. We've already de-escalated those situations, and any other situations we come across, we can likely also work to promptly resolve. Heck, they tried to create war between the Boris and the Gruul. You know, we've seen them attempting these skirmishes, these battles for months now. And by extension, we've been stopping them at every turn.
At least the ones we've been running into.
Hey, Pepper again. You don't say. Oh.
Graham will just let out a long sigh.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Ah, you did it anyway.
Oh my.
What's going on?
Animal.
Graham will also be like, the other thing is that we know that the Seekers have members in fairly high echelons of guilds themselves, as the ensemble several of them used to be fairly high ranks in the guilds that they were a part of.
Right, and what about them?
Nothing.
All right.
Grandma is like, I think I'm just gonna head out.
You don't want some tea?
I think I'll pass.
Or at least some of Nim's cooking. Smells like he's making something nice.
I suppose I should stay for that. I would hate to upset him. Despite how often he does to me.
Did you have somewhere you needed to be?
Not particularly, besides preparing for these fights that are coming.
That you don't
That,
have your
that,
gear
that
actively
you
carried
and
on?
Element seem to be the only ones taking even remotely seriously.
Markov's
Of course.
taking this seriously.
Markov in the hammock.
Riptide at target. Target dead.
Riptide is in fact a weapon.
Can I whack people by equipping Riptide?
Grab
Yeah,
Riptide
probably.
by the tail and swing him around like a flail.
I'm gonna hit a motherfucker with
No,
another
Nim's
motherfucker.
going to grab Riptide by the tail and swing him around like a flail.
But Nim can only bite.
Nim casts
Yeah.
Riptide.
Have you not seen that GIF?
What gif?
The one with the dog swinging a, I mean, it's photoshopped in, but a flail around.
I have not, but I have seen Sif.
That's close enough.
Alright, so is Elman back yet? Does it take Elman long to get back?
No.
No.
As you are still a guild representative to their belief, your word does carry some weight, and you do have your own troops. All you'd have to do is request for more, and you still do have Golkasa's attention, but there are also peers he could have asked.
Peers? What? What is that?
Friends?
People of your level.
Oh, peers. Okay, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
peers?
Yeah, enemy is doing all that pretty much. Just notifying the people at the boroughs about this. Especially Golkasa. And
He's intrigued, but he's not going to deploy this time. Instead, he's going to recommend someone else. But he is going to ask, so, how are the oaths coming along?
honestly, I think I found some sort of answer. But I'd like for you to give me a little bit more time before I give it to you.
Alright, I'm putting the nanny on you, on your squad.
The who?
The nanny.
Then the
Nani?
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 I don't care for them personally. Think they're kind of stuffy, but they might just be what you're after.
Ah, I see. Very well then. Thanks, Commander.
Good luck to you then.
Thank you. Enemy is gonna leave as he's getting his stuff with the boros ready. He's going to come back.
Yep, he has his guards that will also be arriving.
Enemy is gonna look at the guard that has been deployed to him once he can.
Will you be seeking out the other one that will be also joining you on Golkasa's recommendation?
Yes, actually, he's kind of curious.
They're going to be another fox, but their fur is a more yellow color. Sandy, even.
Hmm.
Hello there.
Hello there.
What?
Are you the person that Commander Gugasa told me about told me about?
Oh, what might he have called me?
He called you the nanny.
Ah, yes. That is my nickname. A curious one. I'm not really taking care of children on my off time, but I suppose I have been known to be a bit more nurturing than others.
Why
That's when he became the nanny.
why is that a nickname that you're known widely by at the Boros? I never heard of it before myself.
Well, not a lot of people really go out to engage with me, and most oftentimes I'm stuck with, well, not stuck with, I am put in charge of people of lower ranks, a bit more problematic people, or those who seem to have emotional distress.
I see. If the people that were entrusted to me when I first became a guild representative will probably benefit from your presence if that's the case.
Ah, the skunk and the rats. Yes, they were actually taken from me. Supposedly they were going to be used in a test.
Yes, they were using my test for as to become a guild representative. Funnily enough.
Well, that just makes sense. To be in a position of command, you have to be able to deal with all sorts of subordinates.
Indeed. Well, I suppose if Commander Gokhan recommended you, I I have no reason to doubt your abilities.
So, what might be the problem? He doesn't usually recommend me unless there's some sort of problem.
Well, Element is going to look that way for a moment as he's trying hard. He's trying to find the right words to say. Well, lately, I seem to have been winning when it comes to keeping my oath as a paladin. My powers aren't gone, but I feel something wrong with them, or I felt like that the last few days.
I see. A grave situation indeed. But I do understand. There are times when there is a conflict of interest. But, as a fellow Boros member, I can see that you're actively trying to rid yourself of this emotional turmoil, and I'll be there for you.
Well, yes,
As will I.
well, yes, and that is exactly what I'm trying to do. I need to be. I need to go back to the right path.
I just imagine Aralis is sitting there in an alley, deep in shadows, just like, yes.
Careful, citizen. Careful, citizen. I detect evil. Level 4 smite.
Well, Detective is a paladin spell.
Perhaps that's why I'll be coming with you. Perhaps I can be as an example. Not every paladin has to function exactly the same way, but there are some core tenets that I suppose I could reinforce.
If that is the reason why Commander Gukasa recommended me, and I suspect that it is, I'd be happy to follow along.
Well,
I did know that.
I know that he wouldn't follow them quite in the same way as I do, but I'm told that with civilians at least, I'm very popular.
Is that so? Oh, that's wonderful to hear. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of.
Indeed. Good day, fellow. What is your name?
My name is Elamin. What is your actual name?
Percival.
Percival. It is a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you too, fellow Elman.
Elami proceeds to leave to head back to what you may call it, Cray's house after he's done everything at the Boros.
You do not know what you have wrought. You have unleashed the nanny.
Oh no.
Oh, darling, the debates we shall have to be legendary.
Ah, you must be one of the fabled Orzhov villains.
I find that to be very offensive. I do not style myself a villain.
Aha. But your kind is very often recorded for things that warrant such a poor reputation.
I can't deny that.
And being that you have not denied that, then that would also lead to suspicions that you have also partaken in such activities. Perhaps not regularly, but you likely do so without remorse.
It's wasteful. I don't enjoy it. It's could be done so much cleaner and more efficiently all around, and more useful for everybody.
I'm slowly coming out of the impression that dialogue between us will be difficult.
Oh, darling, I can make it far easier if you wish.
I do not wish that. Oh boy. Anyway, back to Cray's house. Welcome to possibly the most lawful good paladin in the Boros.
Oh, the excitement.
Exciting.
We're back at Cray's house.
Back at Cray's house, Element has gotten his soldiers and a special recommendation for someone dubbed the Nanny.
Cray's going to be rubbing Graham's shoulders.
Oh.
Crab is gonna look at you like you're a crazy person. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
You're incredibly stressed. Incredibly stressed.
Element is gonna enter the house just as he sees Craig massaging Grandma, and he's gonna say, "Did I walk into something I shouldn't have? I can leave. You guys."
Am I hallucinating?
Oh, it's probably a good idea. They're being really weird.
Okay, Element begins to leave.
All right then.
It's like I can almost hear them. Gay, homosexual, gay.
Graham is just very put on edge and feels super awkward about this. Like, and then moves over.
We like making people uncomfortable around here.
I mean, you're actually not wrong.
It's an art form, I'm afraid.
If it's an art form, then I'm a Da Vinci.
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci? Da Vinci.
So,
oh my god. Anyway.
so what?
Anything else?
Actually,
no. Cray just looks disappointed that Graham won't accept his massage.
actually, there is something that Element wants to do.
What's that?
He's gonna go to a place where he can go and he can go and talk to Calcero.
Gonna go curl up in a ball and cry.
Hello.
Calcero, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is it possible for me to visit your big self in that location that we met once before again?
Like, yes. You'd
Hmm.
have to. You'd have to do that thing that your partner does, but technically, it's
Okay.
the plane of the dead, though. So I don't know. Well, no, I was alive when I got brought over, so I guess it's fine. I just react oddly to things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is something that's being in my mind for a little bit, and I just wanna have that conversation for a little bit of privacy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Enemy is gonna go to a place to a place where he can sit down and basically meditate to try and go back to where he met Calcero.
Yes.
What kind of roll do I need to make to see if I succeed in this or not?
I remember where you first made contact with Calcero, basically in your mana.
Uh-huh.
A wisdom save for the most part, as it would help to have some place with a correct mana saturation and focus.
Okay.
All right. You feel yourself sort of drifting off. But you are in that place.
I managed to get there. Great. Enemy gonna look around to look for
No.
enemy is gonna look around to look for Calcero in his mana.
He is there. Completely, actually. Hello.
Hey there, Calcero. It is nice to see your entire self right now.
Yeah. Uh, well, it's like a proxy me, like a midpoint, where the two endpoints are one being the little me that you've got, and the other is the big me that exists back there. Funny thing though, after making contact with you, I got bigger. Like I grew faster.
You grew bigger?
Yeah, weird. I
Sounds like
think you made me stronger.
I did. Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy about it.
Well, I'm certainly not gonna complain about you being stronger. Although,
Yeah. Hope it can transfer over at some point.
mm-hmm. Well, is the orb that reverses my mana around here?
Oh yeah, it's over there.
Okay.
And he's going to point upwards. And it seems to be much like the sun at the moment. Very bright.
Enemy is gonna cover his eyes. Oh, it wasn't like that before. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm just sort of a guest here. But if you need it, hold on. And he's going to get up, take a running start, and then fly into the air before swooping back around to grab it and bring it down. Hey, 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 hey. And then he starts shaking a little. Cut that out. Stop it. I need to look at you. Stop. And eventually it starts getting dimmer. Okay, that's acceptable.
Enemy is amused by the situation.
Okay, I think you can handle it now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Enemy is gonna look at the other representation and ask, So this, when it comes to my mana abilities, there is a limit to how many times my mana can be increased. Correct?
Words will appear on the orb saying yes,
Ah.
depending on choices you make and how soon you want them.
Yes. I didn't exactly come here for when it comes to making the next choice, but rather I wanted to talk about the choice that I have already made. I basically made a contract with Kalseru to help him escape this dimension he has become trapped in. That was the whole point of this, correct?
Correct.
Well, but what's going to how are things what's going to happen once we actually reach the end and Kalseru is free from the dimension and he can come to Ravnica? What will there be left for me? Because at the moment I'm borrowing Kalseros' power, but once he's freed, he'll just be his own individual. I mean, I'm basically using my mana abilities, my mana potential to free him.
You two will be inextricably bonded with one another. Once he has been brought over completely, you will retain his abilities.
Oh. Huh.
Kalsar is peeking over your shoulder. Neat! You're gonna turn into a dragon!
Wait, I'm gonna turn into a dragon?
Is that not right?
I won't be the only dragon.
But both me and Kalsero
He's going to look into the orb. Is that not right? And the orb doesn't respond right away, but it will. More words will appear in it saying, "You will be a paladin with the abilities of a dragon."
Let me rub his chin. All right. Well, I suppose that answers my question. I was just afraid that at the end of this, I'd just be freeing Kalsero and there was nothing left for me, if that makes sense. While I'm more than happy to help free the Kalsero from this predicament he's in, I do need to be able to grow stronger myself to be able to uphold my oaths as a paladin.
Your concerns are noted, and should you wish to respec after the fact, it will take an amount of time if you are dissatisfied with your current abilities.
I see. Well, I'm as long I that answer did tell me what I needed to know. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm not dissatisfied at the moment, so I suppose I'll keep moving forward in this path. Thanks, though.
Kalsero seems disappointed.
Why does he seem disappointed?
I thought you were going to be my dragon friend. I thought you were.
I mean, I am your friend.
No, like dragon.
Oh.
Dragon.
Well, I don't know how it's going to go. Like, while I do borrow your powers, I do briefly become part dragon.
Can you be more?
I don't know. I barely know how mana abilities work, and this seems to be a weird
situation even for it.
Yeah, a weird situation even with the concept. So I'm not sure how it's going to play out.
Well, I guess.
Well, the main point of it all is to free you from the plane of death, though.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, there's dragonborns, alright, but there's no other dragons, so I'm starting to wonder if it's cool for me to be here in Ravnica. I'm probably gonna have to shapeshift real quick.
Shapeshifted. Wait, you're capable of shapeshifting yourself?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, you may well, unless we know that you being a dragon form is actually not a danger to yourself, you may have to actually do that. If I be honest.
Yeah, because there's only one other dragon, and I've only heard about them from your group. Is it?
Yes, that's his name. And sadly, I don't know much about him myself. I just know that he's the only dragon in Ravnica, and Ravnica has existed for a long time. I imagine he'd be the only dragon for a reason, but I don't know the history behind that.
I'm starting to get kind of worried here, buddy.
I'm sorry. Well, I mean, would you prefer to just stay in this plane?
No, I still want to leave.
Well, we're just gonna have
There's
to.
dead people here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to keep moving forward in this regard and free you. I'm sure things will work out.
God, I hope so.
Well, I suppose that's all I wanted to know. Thanks for having this conversation with me.
Oh, no problem. Oh, always good to chat.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't mind me being a little nosy. So that lady with the feather face.
Yes, you mean Eileen?
Yeah, that one.
What about her?
He's gonna start leaning closer and say, like, isn't she kind of, I don't know, do you like her, maybe?
Element doesn't know how to respond. I don't know. I mean, I can't really say. I don't dislike
Because
her.
as your friend, I have to say, you're a little worrisome sometimes because you don't seem to be planning for the future very much.
Calcero, I am sorry to say it, but she's a bit of a corpse right now. I don't think that will work out.
He's going to pause and say, I've been here for too long.
Yeah.
I've been here for too. Oh no. Oh no, I have to think about things. Oh no, I have to think about
Oh, poor Calceru.
If you could disguise yourself as something else as mini Calcero, I could let you out of the backpack more often. I think you need more sunlight. Sunlight that isn't from the plane of death.
oh no, what are we gonna do? I was thinking about hooking my friend up with a corpse.
Enemy is gonna chuckle. I suppose I should leave now, unless you have anything else to ask me.
No, I'll just have a crisis by myself, thanks.
Nice. I can come.
Let me enjoy this personal crisis by myself.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you at the moment. I mean, it's not like I have been in the situation of being stuck in a place for who knows how long.
There has to be a nice girl for you somewhere.
I'm sure there is.
Do you like guys?
No, no, not really.
Okay.
God.
No,
All right,
not really.
just wondering.
Not really. I'm sure there is somewhere, but at the moment I am not thinking about that.
Okay, bye. And his claw is going to race towards your face, and you wake up.
Enemy wakes up with his face blushing. Enemy wakes up with his flesh blushing and a little bit confused. Well, I wasn't expecting to have. I wasn't expecting things to go like that when I when I meditated. Okay, well, um, Nim, did you need any food for me? I think I need some grub.
The table is currently laden with a large variety of different kinds of meat dishes. There's only
And then we can,
there's two that are veggie only, but the rest are just random assortment of meats.
Element is gonna go to the table and just grab some of the meat food, and then he's gonna put some of the meat inside his backpack so that Cancero can eat it.
Bray's gonna sit in his chair because Rallis isn't there.
And Graham
Congratulations, you have your chair.
will enjoy the food that Nim made. Because as much as Nim frustrates Graham, Nim is an excellent cook.
I love how Curry just covers up.
You're not here. Shush, shush, shush. Pats Rallis on the head. Go get us those invitations. Are we gonna roleplay that, by the way, or is he just gonna come back in and be like, I got the invitations?
That will be done in private.
Okay. Is
as
Rallis
he
still
is
hanging from
as
the
he is
ceiling?
doing things.
I'm sorry, not Rallis. Is Riptide.
Wait, what do you
still
mean he's...
He's using his shady family connections. He's using.
Don't worry about it.
He's using.
I would prefer things be on voice for the stream.
Hey, Jeff, are you good? I don't know if Jeffrey's microphone is working.
Yaffy?
He's here, but I can't.
All right. Then Rowless, could you give me a persuasion check? And I'll say how well the negotiations are going.
All right. Got a +8. This is my best skill.
Let's see it.
Gets a 9. Hey!
Now, I won't say you jinxed him.
Hey!
You won't say it,
was-
but you'll imply it heavily.
That was the number you called.
I'm psychic, friends.
Oh my god. What was that Marco's class before he broke class psychic?
Also, I'll note that Kerr, you know you can have starting equipment, right?
I never had a chance to get starting equipment because I wasn't sure what I was allowed or if I got anything else different. So I was going to wait. Also, I'm a sorcerer, so starting equipment really doesn't matter that much to me.
Dope.
I mean, sorcerers can use armor. And there's stuff like armor with rings of spell storage inside of them and stuff that would be definitely useful.
No, that's why I wasn't sure if I could, what kind of gear I could get instead of just like starting gear. I was going to ask about that, but I never had a chance to.
I see. Well, given your position, I can give you an amount of gold and platinum, and you can buy as you please, or ask me for specialty items, and we can handle that post-session.
That's what I figured. I didn't want to bog down the session and such.
Oh, I understand. I was just looking through your character sheet again to make sure that everything was shipshape, and I noticed something was wrong when you had
yes, I don't
no
have
money or items.
Darling, I'm a sorcerer. We don't deal with that worldly material. We don't need it. I put it all into my robe so I can look fabulous.
It steals your robe.
So you have chosen death.
Indeed.
Robes are solid gold, darling.
Oh
Gold
no.
is soft, though. Gold is...
Magically enchanted to be as soft as silk.
Ah. Very, very malleable indeed.
Oh. Don't worry, darlings, don't worry. Once we deal with this uppity little peasant who thinks he can do something against the guilds, we take over, we start running the underground, and we net a tidy profit. I fail to see how there's a downside here. The little heroes get everything they want, they get the villain, they save the day, and we get a new source of wealth. Everybody wins.
Yay.
Well, that's not my.
Well, the negotiations are tough, but will you be asking your family to put some extra weight behind your words?
Yes. That's what family's for, after all.
They're going to ask for a guarantee of sorts.
Oh, of course, darling, of course. I wouldn't dream of anything else, after all.
All right.
What would they
Then-
like, though?
A signed paper stating that you will guarantee that nothing will be going wrong at these auctions, and in exchange you will have more say on the ongoings. You are now a collaborator for the auctions.
Oh boy.
Welcome to your Orzhov Debt. How may we assist you with your pain and suffering?
Oh joy. Happy fun times, everybody.
So now you gotta stop the party from making a ruckus at the auction!
While also making sure that we get what we want.
I mean, you did tell them that we were gonna beat the shit out of the guy, so...
Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
You're
you can.
quiet, but yes.
Alright. Is that better on my end?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, my apologies for that. I do not know what happened, but my computer decided it did not want to recognize my mic.
Weird.
But I is back. What I was trying to say before my computer messed up on me is anyone who walks into the kitchen will see Riptide hanging from the ceiling by his tails, just eating the food.
He has multiple. He has... My word. However, do you agree to their terms?
For what terms?
No. Rallis.
It may be difficult to ensure such things. I believe that I can convince my dear associates to not cause too much havoc.
And can you reshare the map for me, please?
Yes.
However, I believe I speak for everybody when I talk about do-gooders and wanting to, do the right thing. It can be difficult to talk to them and make them see reason when they believe that they are on the side of righteousness.
Of course. However, they are also not our intended target demographic, so should you be wishing to wishing to introduce them, you will have to put something that we know we can trust down as collateral should something untoward happen. Your name.
Of course, of course. Though I do wish to bring up that I do believe I have a very delightful member that I think we could adopt into the family. I am slowly working him over, but I believe he, in time, will see the wondrous ways of us. And he will be quite an asset to the family. A paladin of all things, I might add.
Very nice.
But yes, I promise to do my best to ensure that no untoward things happen. To the best of my ability. However, I will say that I also cannot necessarily contain any troublemakers as well. Some of these beings, as the council here no doubt knows already, are a bit of a wild card when it comes to the politics of Ravnica.
Then perhaps it would be best for this to be shelved.
I believe that with enough time, effort, and money, the investment will pay for itself. And I do believe that should they not suffer an otherwise untoward death, I believe this little band of do-gooders could become the next big movers and shakers of Ravnica. It may do the family good to have such beings counted as our allies, or perhaps even better, as our debtors. After all, one member of this little group is a member of the family already.
We'll be awaiting the good news then.
Of course, and I do hope in the future to be returning to you with Graham at my side.
Ah. The Asheville endeavor.
He's quite the little leader with this little band.
Very well then.
I don't know about that.
In these negotiations, you talk them up. It gets you more clout that way.
We'll have your invitations prepared.
I thank you for this, and I promise you, quite a tidy profit when this is all said and done.
And you will be dismissed.
Oh, on the inside, oh, this is going to be fun. I wonder if I can keep them from killing each other and causing undue havoc.
Oh no! You are now a collaborator to the auction!
This should be fun. It should be entertaining. I relish the challenge, darling.
This can only go well. However, I will now ask you for a perception check.
Everyone?
No, just Rowless. Just I'd like a dexterity saving throw.
Oh joy. Oh joy.
Ooh.
Oh no. Something comes surging out of the darkness. And effectively blindsides you, smacking you in the side and pushing you back a distance. But
I do not enjoy being eaten!
I've been unconsensually yeeted.
After being pushed back some 10 feet and barely keeping your footing, it seems like this was a small ball of paper that had been enhanced with something and had been effectively lobbed against you, and it hurts!
Ow! Honestly, rude! Any messages sent to me should be going through my secretary. It's what I pay him for. Can I get a look at this piece of paper?
Yes, you may. It is still present.
I am going to reach out and try to get it.
It fell to the floor after hitting your side, but picking it up, it seems to be this parchment seems a little old, actually. Who would crumple up such perfectly good parchment? This isn't paper, this is parchment.
Detect magic. Wait, hang on. Never mind, that's not a thing in this one, is it?
There is detect magic. There is. Have you picked your spells? Surely you have.
Have it. Isn't detect magic a first level spell in this one?
I believe it
it's
is.
second level. Is it first level? I thought it was second level. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't have it. Never mind. I'm so used to it being a cantrip.
Some can cast it as a ritual, which effectively lets them do it for free at the expense of more time.
Yeah, it's a level 1 spell, but it's a ritual spell, so you can do it forever.
Okay, yep. I don't have it though because
At
sorcerers
least
only
with
get a
more
couple
time.
of spells. So I'm
Perfectly
just
fine. Would you like to examine the paper?
That's what I was to say.
Oh, did someone say something? Well, anyway.
Just said I'll be right back a moment.
Okay. The paper says, "You'd best keep your claws off my pupil," with an almost complete explosive glyph at the bottom.
Honestly, so rude. We could have. I'm just kind of looking around. We could have just talked about this over dinner instead of just throwing idle threats. It's a waste of perfectly good parchment, honestly.
Well, if you want. I'm not much for dinner dates, but I have heard enough about you.
Casually just turn towards the voice.
Now, excuse me as I pull up the image. Excuse me.
Nim is totally planning to redeem Rallis.
I mean, Relish is evil, but he's not usually that bad of a guy.
Oh man, he looks cool.
Yes, this is Pluto, Graham's mentor. Or default trainer when it comes to mana.
Hello, darling.
Good day to you. I see you're working your way into that little group of prospective members that we'd had.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Quite a wonderful group, I might add. A bit too
Yes.
trusting, honestly, but, well, not everyone can be,
Bit too
perfect.
trusting as Graham has literally ordered you to leave because he doesn't like you being anywhere near him.
Well,
Some of them are more trusting than others.
they're certainly a mixed bunch, I'll give you that.
So, darling, let's get into discussion now. What is it you want?
Well, I don't want anything. It's merely a warning.
Fair.
See, we have our interests on them. However, in that being the case, we would appreciate if other large fish, so to say, would take their eyes off.
I see, I see.
After all, there are prospective members. We can't have them collared by someone else.
Ah, I see. I see. Fair, fair. Quite a fair position to have, I must say.
You
What's
could
your
stand
interest
to
in
be
that few, if I may ask?
They look like people who could bring change to Ravnica in a meaningful fashion. Some are less satisfied with the current goings on. Some are using the system as they see fit. Be that as it may, they are an interesting collection from a number of different guilds that have somehow stayed together.
He's going to nod his head and just like grin. I see that you two have seen the wonders that is this little band of misfits. I am glad I'm not the only one. I believe our interests can coincide and are not mutually exclusive from each other. And I am more than willing to discuss things.
I would just care to remind you that while a member of the Orzhov family, a prominent one, you are perfectly mortal. Ambition can lead to overreaching. Ambition can lead
Oh, I'm well aware. I've seen many members greater than myself end up deceased.
Well, you've not done anything out of line just yet, so just perhaps a little slap on the wrist is all that is warranted today.
Why are... Do you... Wait, have I seen him before? Did I see him during the training fight?
You did?
Yep. So if I may ask then... What may I get out of this? I know I'm in little position of negotiation at the moment, but I figure I might ask.
You'll be taken more seriously than you would be in your family.
I'm quite interested in what you have to offer.
Well, you're basically on par with them roundabout, let's say, and yet they've demonstrated abilities which you have never seen the likes of before. Some you have witnessed yourself, you could have this. Everyone has the potential, but those at the top are the ones that choose. You have not been chosen. Yet. Perhaps in the future. But you could always be passed over.
Fair.
They were likewise not chosen by their groups. We have assisted them in making sure that their awakening was not left to chance. If you're going to be joining this group and do perhaps demonstrate that you are joining them in an earnest fashion, then perhaps we can offer you the same treatment and awaken a potential in you that may remain just potential.
He'll nod slightly.
This is not something that can be bought with wealth. This is my offer towards you.
I'm quite intrigued, I must say. Quite intrigued indeed. I will say I am quite, well, interested in this little group. As well as, I shall say, I find them to be quite adorable, honestly.
They could work on their communications, but I see nothing but improvements.
I mean, they are children, but earnest, well-meaning, adorable, as I said. They have potential, though, quite a lot of potential, which is one of the reasons I am interested in them myself. I would be more than willing to assist in helping them come into that potential and to see where they go in the future and what changes they can bring about.
Well then, I will see you express your decisions with your actions. One way or another, we'll know. Good day to you, Rowless.
He'll nod.
And the dark skeleton shall turn to leave.
And Rallis is very casually just going to start off on his own. Honestly, he deals with the dead on a daily basis, basically, so this really isn't that big of a deal.
True enough. That's not a uniform you really recognize, though.
Oh no, he's more than like, oh, I need to find out everything I can about this person. But that can wait right now. Preferably when he's not trying to kill me.
Yep. However, you have apart from taking 13 damage, come out of that unscathed.
Take what I can get. Any fight you can walk away from is a good one.
That paper hurt. That paper.
Note to self, he can turn paper into weapon. See if I can market this somehow.
No,
Would be interesting.
that was more like just an Eldritch Blast that had a paper ball inside of it.
Still, interesting idea. Drone paper bombs.
I know a certain someone that specializes in bombs.
Dude!
Dude! What have we done? What have we done?
Who can say what we've done?
Madre de Dios! Madre de Dios! Madre de Dios!
My god.
Guys, stop making abominations when I step away from the computer.
Don't worry about it. I'm about to make
Anyway.
more.
I didn't hear a please.
Bless.
That's because it wasn't a request.
It was.
I wasn't asking for permission.
It
Oh.
was stop.
Stop it.
You can't tell me what to do, Dad!
Cray, your place is generally soundproofed, right? From the outside?
Fairly. I mean,
All
it's
right.
more soundproofed for the interior's sake, but yeah, these are stone walls around the base, so
You see.
it's not a perfect soundproofing. Like, if a bomb goes off, we'll hear it, but it's like if there's someone talking right outside the walls, we'll probably not hear them.
Now they blunder another piece.
Alright. I would like a perception check based on hearing from everyone who is in the house. Cray's house.
Oh no.
Drats.
I'm in danger!
Well,
I'm
luckily,
here.
Graham literally cannot be surprised and
Oh.
I do also want to point out
Sorry, what happened?
Markov is outside the house.
Ah! Then Markov gets advantage.
Nice.
What's happening?
Perception check for everyone who is in Cray's house. Based
Normal
on
perception
hearing.
check? Okay, hearing perception check.
yeah.
I don't
The
think I
the
have
nice thing
advantage.
about alert is like even if an enemy is invisible, they still don't get advantage attacking me because I'm aware of their presence.
Oh my.
I can't do anything about them being invisible, and I don't have an easier time hitting them. But they can't just sneak up and stab me in the back.
Stab.
Cray, Nim, and Silver, you're hearing explosions from outside, but not very close.
Oh no, not explosions.
Which direction?
Markov somehow is sleeping through it. Oh, another day in the visit.
Markov's
direction?
laying on his stomach with his tail swaying back and forth.
It's an
direction?
job requirement to be able to sleep through explosions.
What direction?
One seems to be coming. There seem to be a few. One seems to be coming from across the street. One is coming from the direction of the backyard.
It's gonna auto resign him in 50 seconds if he doesn't move. So
Are those the only two?
No, there is also two others further down the neighborhood.
Okay, I'm going to.
How is it
outside the
exploding?
front door.
Oh
Ah,
no,
Cray is
explosions.
stepping outside, I see.
Yes.
Oh no, explosions.
Graham will
But-
see we'll see Cray moving and go with him. What's
Yes, there are plumes of smoke coming from other houses in the neighborhood. Specifically, the ones that Raylel had purchased.
Which is like every other house.
It's like 4 of the houses in this neighborhood that were around Cray's house.
Cray squints and just goes Raylel.
Nim is going to investigate as well.
He starts walking down the street to find.
Yeah, let me
Cray will go with Graham will go with Cray.
Yeah, let me
No,
follow.
he's still sitting at the kitchen for some reason.
Oh. Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, Graham will be like, people seem to have noticed something. What's going on?
Nim?
Yes?
There have been 4 explosions from outside. Kreia stepped outside of the house, and Graham seems to be asking you what's going on.
No one seems to have noticed Cray stepping outside the house, though.
Ah,
You did.
Did
All
I?
right.
Because you said that you said, oh, but I still seem to be there.
Yeah, because you're literally still sitting at the table.
Ah, the map token.
I just didn't move him.
Okay.
Okay, so Grab is following Cray then.
So is Nim.
Yep.
So is Element.
All right. Does anyone wake Markov?
I don't actually even know that he's still there.
He's in the hammock. He has been in the hammock.
I know he's
Yeah?
been in the hammock, but I
Yes,
don't know
but
if he's
none
still
of
in
us
the hammock.
know that because we don't have a tracker on him. Although we maybe should. He seems like he would wander.
There's
Enemy-
a solid wall with one door between the kitchen and the deck, and that's it.
When enemy passes by, he sees that what do we call it? That
What?
Markov is still on the ham again. He's gonna shout, Markov!
Markov's gonna jump out of the hammock.
How did you wake up from that, but you didn't wake up from explosions happening around you?
There's what?
I mean, okay, there's explosions happening around.
By
Are
the
we
way,
in the
you
is
guys-
it?
No,
No.
we're still at Cray's house.
You guys
Uh-oh.
you guys are really making me appreciate all the details I put into this map. Like the
Yes,
I love them.
they're very good.
Are you gonna come or you're gonna stay there?
Well, seeing how they're not is it, we should. Yeah.
Okay, come.
Markov away.
Markov flying.
Well, the other houses seem to have had various holes blasted into them, and there seemed to be people inside.
Okay. Graham will be like, what the hell are you doing?
The house in which you...
What color are they wearing?
They're not wearing colors. In fact, these... They seem to be wearing some fairly... ratty clothes, actually, and cloaks over them.
Ah, this could be Seekers.
However, upon being confronted,
Graham will
they're just
ignite his sword before shit kicks off.
they're going to try to run away
Oh?
with whatever they're carrying. Some carrying bags.
Hmm. I feel like
where
we need
are
to
they?
stop this.
I'm assuming you're investigating basically the house just to your left.
Whatever
to the
house
left
is
of yours.
closest that it has exploded, yes.
Yes. It seems that these people were trying to rob it.
Enemy, the moment he sees that they're robbers, enemy is gonna take out his spear and gonna basically start chasing them. Hey, you!
Fuck, run! Fuck, run!
Are they in an alleyway?
No, they're running down the street.
Just down the middle of the street.
Yes. No,
Where
they're intent on basically scattering.
Nim and Silver are taking off after them, and I'll remind you they have
Hang on,
40 movement speed, so...
Yes.
And Graham was right there, but I want to roll insight to see if Graham can figure out which one's the leader, because that's who he's going for.
There is one that seems to have some less ratty clothes. That was the one that basically shouted scatter.
Shatter!
Graham's chasing that one down, and he will fire off an Eldritch Blast if they refuse to stop.
All right.
It's time to stop.
Riptide's going to go for the what do you
Running
think is
people.
the fastest one?
Nim
Ray is
is
going to
sending
give
a mental
pause.
image to,
Oh, I
or a
would
mental
also. Can we
message
get
to
long rested? As I'm sure
Oh.
time has passed.
Yeah, I will allow this.
Nim is sending a mental message to Riptide. Don't kill, only capture.
Chase and catch.
Ray is going to give pause as he kind of takes note that there have been several explosions around his house. Everyone else is chasing them. And he goes, wait. And then he quickly rushes back to his own house as he realizes this could all be a giant diversion.
Graham realizes it could be a giant diversion. That's why he's going after who seems to be more like the leader, so that way he can question them.
Well,
Right, and
only the
and
people from one house have run away. The others haven't been alerted to. Oh fuck, we're being investigated already.
Are one of the houses on fire mine?
no.
They are all four of the houses that were exploded had been were the ones that were purchased by Raylel.
So,
Okay.
technically,
Mark,
yes.
So
for setting
technically, yes.
purposes, for setting purposes, we are at the center where there are a lot of fancy houses. You live in the Izzet district, specifically in the slums.
Okay.
This is a completely different area.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. However, since Raylel purchased them and you're Raylel's assistant, you could be in one of those houses.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Cray is basically just going to sprint around the outside of his house and basically going to spend probably most of combat doing that, just to make sure he doesn't see anyone, using a rope to get inside or doing this, that, and the other thing, and is doing something sketchy.
Also, I'm surprised Raylel's houses weren't warded all to shit. And if
He
they
just bought
and
them.
if
He
they-
didn't do anything with them. He just.
They're just houses.
But he apparently had. Well, I guess he might have bought everything inside of the houses, but
See, that's the thing is like, Cray's house is warded to fuck, but that's not even a normal thing. Most people don't even ward their houses.
yes, but this is Raylel we're talking about, and if he had anything of importance in one of the houses, I'm sure it would be warded, which means them exploding a wall would make these people far more terrifying than we'd realize.
No, he purchased these houses on a whim. He probably didn't have anything special.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these houses might have been empty unless he also purchased like all like the furniture and shit that was in them as well.
I mean,
So I'm just
he is-
wondering how much there is there actually to steal in these houses.
Well, Markov wanted to be Cray's neighbor. Now he can be Cray's neighbor 4 times.
That's a lot of house.
That's a lot of house.
To be fair, that this doesn't make Markov the owner of these houses. He needs to get Raylel to give him the deed to one of the houses, which he probably will just straight up give Markov. Markov can have a fancy house.
Yeah.
He doesn't even use them. He's still using Ray's house.
All right.
Well, yeah,
Now,
Cray's house is the only one that comes with a pillow living room.
That's true. And a hammock.
I would like acrobatics checks from everyone whom is chasing.
Markov's next house is.
Graham can do acrobatics.
Now, is this to actually try and catch someone, or is this something separate?
This is to.
Well, shit.
Well.
God damn it.
Because movement speed 60. Don't forget.
Yeah, no. This is a variable DC because for you, Nim, and Silver, the DC is lower as you have the movement speed to outpace them. It's catching them that is the That is the
Oh,
rub. However, you three have very
just make
deftly
an
snared
attack.
them.
I make
Yes.
an
Does
attack
an
and I get
Eldritch
3
Blast
grapple.
warning shot do anything to disrupt these people running away?
Roll it. If you attack if you can hit in front of them, that'll definitely give them pause.
Then that I shall do.
Element, is there anything that you'd like to do to enhance yourself, or
let me think.
or some tactic that you would try to use?
Well, if I'm still checking there, I could
Oh yeah, no. The road in front of him explodes, and he basically trips.
well I could use Sacred Flame of one of the people I'm trying to chase. This is a 60-feet spell.
I
Hello?
will ask.
Yes.
So I will ask. Does the one that Riptide catches resist?
Oh, definitely. They're still trying to escape. They're still.
You're
Alright.
a horrifying monster. Of course they resist.
They are in an extreme panic.
Riptide will carefully remove a leg. And then drag them back.
Enemy is gonna use Sacred Flame on the one he's chasing. It's a 60-feet spell, so he should be able to eventually be in range of one of them.
What does Sacred Flame do? What does...
Okay. Flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant damage. The guy gets no benefit from cover for this saving throw. Spell damage increases by 1d8 when you reach 5th level. Okay.
Wait, so it's just a damage cantrip.
Yeah.
And you would like to hit them with it.
Yes.
Alright. Give me an attack roll. Give me an attack roll. Oh wait, no, hold on. This is a saving throw, right?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
You know, if these are just like basic people, you just killed this man.
I mean, it was...
They seem a little sturdy, actually.
I guess Riptide ripping a leg. Actually, I guess Riptide ripping a leg off and him surviving means he's not one of. He's not just like a basic peasant.
He is
Yes.
not. Yes.
I mean, when they're running away, enemy needs to do something to catch them. If he can't close the
He certainly takes the hit, but tries to keep running. However, I will say he is staggered, and you are catching up.
Okay, good. Do I do another acrobatics check?
Yes, by all means.
That's better.
So do I
That
need to,
is-
or does Graham basically just pin this asshole down?
No, with him basically tripping, he has to spend an amount of time getting back up and running. In which case, you've closed the distance and grabbed him.
Good. Enemy is gonna pin him down.
So everyone has caught someone, and Cray. There are two people approaching your house with those throwing hooks and rope.
Where are they?
They're approaching from the right side. They're approaching the hammock.
Don't you touch it.
Hang on. They're gonna steal the hammock and nothing else. They
Cray's
came
going
for the
to
hammock.
Stealth nearby.
Graham's gonna try to
That's a
persuade this person
natural 20.
to tell him their plans.
Cray is a shadow amidst the shadows.
So much shadowness.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, why can Graham never roll persuasion?
It's a wonder. It's unless maybe the chat's feeling generous. Maybe the chat's.
It's your diminutive stature.
I have a plus fucking 6, and I don't think I've ever rolled higher than like a 10 or something.
It is remarkable.
Support Marten is here.
That reminds me of a post I saw one time that said Han Solo is a charisma build rogue, but he can never roll higher than a 5.
You know what? I believe it.
We're fine. How are you?
Okay, I believe you.
Pew pew. Boring conversation anyway.
Like it's like the like Red Dead is like, oh hey, I'm gonna be good this run. And as soon as like you like try to stop something, then shit goes wrong, and he's like, okay, I guess I'm an outlaw now, and just start killing everyone.
Probably.
All of a sudden they started firing back on him, but at that point they were already cornered. So.
Oh no.
That's
Well,
like an intense gameplay.
It did.
And we'll be like, well, you're gonna tell me what you're doing here, and shit will go a lot easier for you.
Joke.
He's glaring at you and keeping his mouth shut.
This person is not convinced.
All right, let's see if intimidation.
However, Riptide also has one without a leg that he's just hoisting around.
There we go. Graham will be like, okay, the nice approach isn't working. Pulls out his blade as it bursts as purple flames burst from it.
Fuck.
Intimidating.
And he holds it to the man's neck.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Gray. Welcome back.
Hello.
You were having a conversation in the background. It was very loud.
Oh, I really wasn't. But yes,
There was somebody talking in the background, at least.
That was correct.
All right.
I don't have to deal with that anymore. My roommate just moved out.
Congratulations. Anyway, he is just going to say that he was told that there was some vacant houses that maybe had some nice stuff in them. Good neighborhood and all that. And they'd been vacant for a while.
And you
could get some nice stuff to sell.
And you use explosions to get into them?
We were told that you would get through the warded walls.
Ah, so the walls were warded.
Probably.
Was there any? Did they tell you to take anything in specifically?
No. We were just gonna grab what looked expensive and leave. We're just gonna grab what expensive. It's a rich house. It's gotta have some good stuff, right?
Wait, did he say someone paid them to hit the houses, or they just told them about the houses?
They told them about the houses, but they also provided an explosive.
Explosive.
Who paid you? Or who gave you the explosives? Because I know you didn't get these, judging from the looks of you all.
They're gonna grimace a bit.
Do you want to see me be angry again? Because I don't care. Because I don't really care about you. You're obviously just a pawn in a game.
Joke.
I don't know their name. I don't. They just
description guild.
They were a tiger.
They were a tire.
Tiger.
Okay.
Tiger.
Oh, dying sound.
Oh no.
Marten?
Were they wearing any distinguishing colors?
They had red armor and golden teeth.
What would I roll to see if that is something I would recognize? History? No. Guess maybe it would be history. Probably not.
I mean, could be Boros?
With gold teeth?
That's what's throwing you off. You're just trying to think of red armor. That could be Boros or Rakdos.
I could see somebody in the Rakdos having gold teeth.
Gold teeth, though.
Are all of them gold or just some of them?
That is a good question.
Because if honestly, if just some of them are gold, that really that leaves it open to anyone who just got his tooth punched out and wanted to replace it. It's like, yeah, gold's kind of fancy.
But if it's all of their teeth, then that might make them identifiable.
Yeah, if it's all their teeth, then that's clearly like, oh yeah, he was doing this on purpose.
All right, yeah. Graham will be like, were all of his teeth gold, or only some of them?
Every tooth.
I would like to roll insight to see how trustworthy this man is being.
He doesn't seem to have any stake in this, and he really doesn't seem to know whoever that was his name. He seems to have just, taken an opportunity to make a payday.
And you said this man basically looks like a homeless person?
He looks like a thug.
Okay. Well then,
Not unlike those people that you probably encountered in the sewers all that time ago.
Well, Graham will not let him go. Because depending on if he was just some poor idiot pawn, but this person is basically a career criminal, so he'll just be like, nope. And he will drag him back to Cray's house.
Meanwhile, at Cray's house, Cray is perfectly hidden, as two other people are basically rappelling up his wall towards one of the windows on the second floor.
Where do they go to repel the wall?
Let's see.
Because right now they're looking at the deck.
Yes, hold on. Let me look at map number 2, or second floor map. See where they would be trying to get in.
They would probably be right by where Cray is, because that would probably be the only window up into the library, because the chimney would... Actually, the chimney probably runs between them.
That was the way Nim got in. That was the way.
By the
And
time
then Cray was like,
is,
never again.
Yeah.
By the time Riptide has dragged his prey back to the house, because of his speed, would he be seeing any of this?
Possibly.
What are they doing now? They're not even by the wall anymore.
Sorry, You were saying that there was a window by Cray? That was basically the only way they had in?
Yeah, it would be between the log pile and the water bucket.
Ah, that's right. Because that's a balcony.
What?
Sorry. Fuck. Yes.
The wooden part visible here is a deck that is basically
Supposed to the outdoor.
above. Yeah, it's outdoor.
Alright. Then yes, they are rappelling upwards. With hook and rope.
Cray takes note of this. He's going to shift over, head inside, and then basically just shadow step through his house because I'm going to be honest, it's not that well lit, but he likes it that way.
He likes it dim. He likes it
dim lighting is very nice. So he's literally just going to zoop upstairs, and he's going to stand at the window and wait for them.
They're going to open the window, step inside, and then look shocked that you're there. What the fuck?
Aren't like all your windows warded? Isn't it supposed to be really hard to get in through the windows?
No, yeah, it would be. So they would just, I mean, unless they have some way to A, unlock the window, and B, get in through the warded window, they would just see him standing there on the other side of the window.
Let me see if this item does what I think it does. Because they were given something else.
What item do they have?
They seem to have a spell scroll of knock.
Knock would actually probably do it.
Ah, I was just checking to make sure.
So they have. So whoever sent them here who could make spell scrolls of knock or buy them, and instead he made them blow up the house.
To be fair, knock is very loud. Like, the only difference between knock and an explosive is probably the fact that knock doesn't destroy shit. Heck, depending
what
on
I was
the
saying,
explosive...
I'm pretty sure they destroyed the other houses.
Depending on the explosive...
Yeah, they took down walls.
Depending on the explosive, it could be less loud than knock. But knock very clearly gives, like, a sound for several hundred feet.
Yes.
So yeah, Gray's just sitting there on the other side of the window.
What the fuck?
His arms. And then just gives them a wave.
Graham
They
would
stand
probably
there for
see
a moment and seem to be considering their options.
Gray does a, like, turn around finger gesture and then shoos them off. Like, he's just sitting there like, you don't want to fight this battle.
They're gritting their teeth.
Riptide would have dropped off.
Before one goes for the window and the other one starts drawing their weapon before realizing that their partner is not gonna back them up. Oh yeah, no, they're turning around.
As they turn around, they're going to see on the ground behind them, looking up at them.
What the fuck?
Graham will continue. He'll see Riptide moving, and you're like, well, I wonder what that's about, and keep dragging the other guy.
They're just gonna close the window.
Did they open the window?
Cray.
Did they open the window to begin with?
Well, yes. They'd opened the window, stepped inside, and then Cray was telling them, no, you don't want this. And one was drawing their weapons, but the other was already turning around before the intimidation roll. It's like, nope, don't want any part of that. And then the other one, realizing that their partner would not have their back, was also turning around.
And then Cray just walks over, closes the window, relatches it.
Fuck.
And then... and then he's going to...
Do these guys look better, more well off, and more leaderish than the than the guy I currently have captured?
They look a bit more serious, but not really better quality, so to say. Like, they had more purpose.
Hi, guys! I have some questions!
Cray's gonna make his way to the balcony and then climb up onto the roof and then just slob squat above them.
You fuckers. They have no choice but to come down.
Riptide's going to end up underneath them.
Graham, there's a trail of blood following Riptide.
Yeah, no, he's aware.
But Riptide dropped off his other one.
True, he's not very mobile anymore.
So, and Riptide is going to jump. Now, how high is the second story?
Ray, how high is the second story? Like 12 feet, maybe?
Oh.
It depends on what they're standing on currently.
They're currently
standing on the deck.
A porch.
Like, are they standing on like a balcony, or because if they're on the deck, then they're...
They were basically like on ropes that were basically on hooks that were on that had basically dug into the windowsill, and they had no choice but to come down. Really, no, Riptide's grabbing them.
Then at most they're probably like 10 feet high.
Okay, with that roll, I literally jump 28 feet. I can jump up to 28 feet in the air.
No, you've got them. They scream as this horrible monster's coming at them.
Oh, no, I don't grab them. I just jump up next to them, give a hiss, and then land, showing I can do this.
They fall. They lose their grip and fall.
Riptide can literally jump higher than the house is. And this is a 3-story house.
Well, I did give him the special abilities to be able to jump far.
We'll be like, so unless you would rather deal with this thing than the Boros, I'm gonna have you answer some questions for me.
Fuck.
Cray just casually.
Do you want to deal with the creature? I'm more than happy to let him do whatever he wants to you.
And as they're saying that, he's going to cough up sort of the remains, the mostly digested remains of their friend's limb.
Cray just takes the little hooks that are in his roof and casually tosses them down, like making sure to toss them in such a way that they don't hit anyone.
Daintily, carefully. We were asked to retrieve something.
And then he goes back inside.
Care to elaborate on what you were looking for?
And like several seconds later, he opens this door and steps out and walks over.
We were looking for something what looked like a white marble.
A white marble.
That or it's find a dog and rob it. Weird request, but I don't know how tough is it to mug a dog.
Well, if the dog, quote unquote, was here, he'd be eating you by now for calling him a dog instead of a wolf. So be thankful for that.
Fuck are you talking about?
Nim is currently dragging the he's already been dragging him and Silver are dragging their prey back.
Riptide will give a quick telepathic nod over to Nim that thing called dog kill thing.
No, but bite.
I don't think Riptide even knows that they're talking about Nim.
But Riptide's been around Nim long enough that anytime something says dog, he assumes they're insulting Nim.
Warren, then if they keep going, bite.
So that Riptide will give a snarl at the mention of the word dog.
Ugh. Not you. You're... What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine. So, you have no idea what you were really sent here to steal, and you're just a bunch of ignorant dumbasses.
We were told that someone else was gonna be making some noise, and we were supposed to wait for that.
Graham wants to see if they're telling the truth. And he'll also, when they're mentioning, like, someone else was supposed to be making some noise, he'll point to the person he captured.
Oh. You got caught like a bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they say he got caught like a bitch,
Yeah.
and yet they look around the corner and there's the guy in the front yard just screaming, missing a leg.
Also, Graham will be like, I
Yeah.
don't think you really have much room to talk about literally anything.
Craig casually turns the chair and sits in it.
So, what now then?
Well, do you know the name of the person who hired you to steal this thing?
Then he'd pay us 200 gold if we could get our hands on it. Each.
Wow, only 200 gold. You people are dumb as hell.
What? It's a fucking marble.
Well, let me put it this way. The thing that you were going to steal would have likely killed you if you so much as touched it.
It's strange,
Oh.
really. How did they expect them to move it?
We got this. He's holding up a very thick leather glove. Said this would probably be enough.
Unless it's enchanted, unlikely. But yeah, you're gonna want to sit tight until the Boros arrive.
Yes.
So what did this guy look like? Who hired you?
Big ass tiger man, giant sword, golden teeth, eyes are kind of wild.
You wear a guild signet?
No. He had money. Lots of money.
Graham is going to show them one of the seeker emblem thing. It's like, was he wearing this symbol on his person anywhere?
He's gonna look it over and just seem confused. What is that? Is that chainmail? Chainmail? Chainmail sign?
Anyways, Graham will put it away. Like I said, have you ever heard of anyone fitting this description? That we might put a name to the face.
Are you asking them or the others?
Oh no, he's at just a general question, but he is asking them if, because underworld, he's sure there's rumors and things like that go around.
You mean someone with those circle things?
No, that fits the person who hired you's description. Very distinct. That's a very distinct appearance. I'm sure if he is a regular of the less legal sides of things, I'm sure you would have heard some rumors to know that. So unless you're just really that stupid and didn't assume that once he got what he wanted, he would just kill you. Of course.
Let's see. History check. Nope. Yeah, no. They're not gonna get anything with a 3. They're not gonna get anything.
So they're literally stupid.
Well, maybe the other one. You've got 3 of them, so hold on.
We'll do this.
Do
We'll do
Nim
this
and
job
Silver
for
come back at this point?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. So now you got 2 more.
I don't. You've got the mooks that they brought on as basically extra hands.
What about the leader?
Yeah, I was rolling for him. That's why I said you've got basically 3 chances. And one of them seems to have rolled pretty good, and then they just said, well, there is oh, it was probably him.
Who?
Supposedly there's a guy that vanished from our line of work some time ago. Went by Czar. Or, well, Zarok previously. But then
I'm gonna roll history to see if that name sounds familiar. For like putting a guild to the name.
This was a Rakdos that was in charge of ticket sales, of all things. However, he got
Be right back, sorry.
exorbitant with his sales and kinda went a little bit too far until he was basically robbing people and just like shoving a ticket in their pocket after they'd handed all their money. To which people were less inclined to attend the shows now. Because they had the ticket, but they weren't going to come over. Fuck that. So, he got reprimanded pretty hard, and his entire face had been covered in lacerations. So he ducked down to the criminal underworld. However, at some point, he just sort of vanished without a trace.
So Graham is thinking, yeah, no, this screams seeker recruit. Cray, if you could, we could use some Boros to take these men away.
Okay.
Do any of you, before we go though, well, Element's not back yet.
Ah, that's right.
And Cray can probably call the Boros.
Okay.
But Graham will look at them. Where did this person used to hang out when he was dealing with these underworld scene.
The Golgari district. We met in the Golgari district.
All right. Well, Graham will go ahead and start tying these assholes up.
Hey, you don't want to mess with this guy. He's kind of... fuck it. Never mind.
I don't think he told you who we are.
No.
And I don't really feel the need to explain who we are to the likes of you, so just sit tight.
Yeah, like we got a lot of choice in that matter.
I mean, you do. You can sit tight or try to outrun the creature.
Joke.
They're going to look back over to Ripjaw. Or Riptide.
Ripjaw.
You know, I don't think we wanna.
Grandma will just be like, "There's always a choice. Some are just not. Some are just terrible choices, but you still have the option to make them."
Great.
So, I mean, if you really want to take your chances trying to outrun that, I mean, there are three of you. I'll untie you right now, and whatever one, I'm sure at least one of you will get away. If you want to play that roulette wheel.
You're sick.
I don't suggest you take it, but if that's the choice you wanted to make.
Back, sorry.
Welcome back.
Graham is just really trying to instill that they're really that sitting still and letting the Boros take them is really the best idea.
Yeah, no, they're getting that one.
Well, it's either
it's also his
still-
way of telling them to shut up and stop complaining about being in prison.
Yeah, it's they can either stand there and wait for the authorities to get them, or they can not stand there and become dinner.
No, Graham would give them a little bit of a head start. He'd give them a sporting chance.
I wonder what's for dinner.
He's just sure at least one of them would be guaranteed to probably die, and only one of them is guaranteed to escape. Two might escape, but two might get eaten.
Well, I mean, you are dealing with a Riptide that's fast enough that
Even if they dashed, he could keep pace.
well, he can keep pace and he can probably catch one, stop that, and then catch up to the other.
Joke.
So their chances are looking pretty bad, actually. Like, abysmal. The worst. Almost zero. So, they're not liking their odds. Even if they don't know, they saw Riptide jump. That was scary.
Oh, yes. I guess the rest of the party will arrive, and
Yes.
eventually the Boros will arrive to take these people away.
And investigate the other exploded houses. They're really not a fan of seeing that there was such a blatant assault on the center.
I would imagine not.
Really, 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 really not a fan.
Really, 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 really.
And they will be happy to take these guys into custody, but wonder why one of them seems to have bled out.
And Graham will gesture to Riptide.
Riptide will belch in response.
Nice.
Their hands are on their weapons, but nobody seems to be indicating that this is a threat to them.
Yeah,
Nim's just sitting
they
there
decide to
keeping
take
a watch.
if they decide to take Riptide, Graham would be a little hesitant to stop them, mostly because Riptide seems borderline controllable.
Well, if they try and take Riptide, then there's going to be more blood.
Well, they need confirmation that someone's telling him that Riptide is a danger, because while he seems to have killed someone, that person was a criminal, and they haven't been told it wasn't in self-defense.
Element is gonna step up and confirm to the boarders that the Riptide is no danger to them.
Well, Paladin.
Say that again.
Very well, Paladin.
Hmm.
Or rather, guild representative element.
Element is gonna bow.
And with that, they'll take them away.
I do not like the fact that one of them die under my watch, but that is what it is, I suppose.
Well, unless you can figure out a way to control Nim's friend.
That is up to Nim.
We did make him responsible for Riptide, so.
Mm-hmm.
But Riptide didn't really necessarily do anything wrong, so.
Yeah. It was a criminal after all. Even if I would have preferred to arrest him rather than let him die.
I mean, Riptide caught him, prevented him from running away, and brought him back. The fact that no one else provided first aid isn't Riptide's fault.
Well, Riptide didn't necessarily need to remove his leg either, so. Yes, it kind of is his fault.
Have you played RimWorld? It's the best way to stop people escaping.
Yeah, that's just how Riptide operates. Can't really do much about that unless Nim tells him explicitly to not do so.
And Graham was a little more concerned with Riptide eating someone who might potentially have some important information.
And Nim's sees no problems with this.
Yeah, like I said, Graham doesn't see any real problems with what Riptide did. He's just like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe someone should have given him some first aid, but it's too late now.
I wasn't there, sadly. I was dealing with my own hoodlum.
I didn't know what to do.
Anyways.
At least you know it's Riptide's MO.
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem. Remove its limb.
Yes, and one day when that causes problems and the Boros come to put Riptide down, Graham will probably, depending on how Riptide behaved up until that point, might just step aside and be like, "Okay."
Understandable. Have a good day. Understand.
Markov's gonna whisper in crazier. Is
Yeah.
okay?
You know, at that point, it's probably gonna be forced PvP because Element is gonna have to be forced to take a stand with the Boros against Riptide. Sadly for
Depending
him.
on how bad it is, Graham might stand with them.
Is what okay?
Is the hammock
Nim would
okay?
probably be on Riptide's side.
Brain literally points to the hammock that's still physically right there.
The hammock was not stolen.
But if this isn't
So
a
if Riptide eats a bunch of innocent people, Nim's gonna be like, "Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna defend you against the peacekeepers of this world."
like I said, probably, but I don't think Riptide's going to do that.
Maybe not. Maybe he will.
You keep going on about this for no reason. You say it doesn't matter to you, and yet you keep going. So let's drop it.
Yeah, Element doesn't think it will happen.
I think Element just needs a hammock.
You know, I do think Element needs a hammock to relax, if I be honest.
You can't use this one though.
Hammocks
I know.
for everyone.
I know.
Hammock sale.
There's a hammock sale.
There's gonna be. There's gonna be.
You're treating it like hammocks are any better than a living room full of lounge pillows.
There's something about a hammock that is just weirdly relaxing. I know because I used to sleep on one.
Ah, yes, and the sounds of the city.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't in the south of the city. It was back
No,
when
I know, but like this one here. I guess we're not exactly in the loudest part of the city. But like this isn't exactly the quiet countryside where hammocks are like the most comfortable thing.
A little lore about Lockett. He used to live at his dad's farm, and it was a chicken farm, and it had a hammock, and I would go and take naps in it all the time while listening to chickens.
To be fair, Markov is soundproof unless somebody shouts his name. So
Everything is white noise until his name is spoken.
It must be spoken 3 times.
Oh no.
Well, Graham will just be like, "Okay, well, this has been fun, but I think I'm gonna go home until Rallis gets us the end to the auction."
No, yeah, that's right. This has all been happening while we're just waiting on Rallis.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
and he has got them. They're just being prepared, and the auction is technically still tomorrow.
I would have been scared if it just became the day.
Well, as you all know, there are guest rooms all over the house. In fact, we should probably go investigate some of them.
I just noticed there's a bonfire.
Just in case somebody sneaked inside. I'd be surprised if anybody did, but
Oh no, I prevented everyone from getting inside, but you know it's always good to double check.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there's a bonfire, there's an outside oven and grill. That's what the 2 things by Elman are.
I see them now.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Graham will make himself at home in one of the guest rooms and just go to sleep, just so everyone's here. When, it's time to go.
I mean, yeah, our operation is tomorrow. It'd be a waste of time to go back home just to come back here.
That is not the 2nd floor.
Ah, oops, my mistake. That is the 3rd floor.
That looks like Cray's room.
Yes, this is the 3rd floor. Where's the 2nd floor?
Cray's room is an entire floor.
It is.
Make his bed.
It looked like a Castlevania Symphony of the Night room.
You know what? That's probably a good description. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I nailed it.
Sorry. I went for the Right.
You assumed that his building was constructed like Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated?
No, I went ground floor, first floor, second floor.
Behold, this is my Orbinator!
Oh my god.
Orbinator. I'm having a good time.
I shall take over the entire Tri-State Guild District!
Nim the Wolf!
I need to head to bed. I'm starting to pass out, everyone.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I did
It's
not
all
sleep very
good.
well yesterday.
Sleep well.
Good night, Kurt.
Alright. Night, you guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Don't worry, darlings. Everything shall be absolutely peachy keen. We are going to have happy fun times at the auction.
Yay.
Lies!
I'm gonna be honest, when I didn't have the picture zoomed in all the way, and I thought those were cannons, now they're scrolls.
Yep.
But yes, all 3 layers of Cray's house.
Alright, let's play a game called Let's Guess What Corn's Room is.
I do wonder.
I think I got.
But
I
yes,
what it is.
but yes, sorry, Cray. I went ground floor, first floor, second floor. I went British on this one.
That's perfectly fine, as long as you know which floor is which. I also
Yes.
put numbers on the stairs to indicate which ones lead where.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
You know,
Which
this
room
looks.
has been Markov been staying in?
That's a good question. Which one has he been staying in?
He's gonna stay in the purple one.
Purple room. Good room, purple room.
Is it okay if I stay in one of the guest rooms tonight, Craig?
Perfect.
Well, there's the blue room and the white room.
Everyone is welcome to stay over. If I run out of guest rooms, you are welcome to sleep in the living
bathroom.
room.
In the pillow, in the pillow floor.
Or in the hammock, as
Or
Marcos
in the hammock.
disposed to.
Oh, don't tempt me like that. Why'd you do that?
Surrender purple room for hammock.
And
You sleep outside.
Enemy is gonna take the blue room.
Yes,
Yeah,
Graham will
okay.
take the white one. Mostly because he kind of just wants a door between him and Riptide. He doesn't want to wake up with Riptide like hanging over him for any reason.
Okay.
Also, I would assume Nim, Silver, and Riptide probably just sleep on the piles of pillows.
Yeah, the ones
Yeah,
in the corner.
Probably, but Graham still
Like
doesn't
I-
want to take the chance.
Like I said, I specifically made an area, judging, where Nim
Yeah.
currently is on the main map. That's supposed to be like a little pillow nest for them.
Yay.
That they had role-played creating. So I was like, well, I'll put it in.
Yep.
We have role-played Korn taking a room and completely filling it with pillows, and we have role-played them and making a pillow sort of nest. So I have added both to the map.
I accept all things as valid.
Like his little workbench that he has going on.
But yeah, he's got to make his little things somehow.
Yeah.
He is still an artificer.
And also everything's disheveled because he just shoved everything aside to make pillows.
That is also valid.
I like
Meanwhile,
the idea
Craig-
of him just dragging the bed down the stairs, throwing it nearby a nearby dumpster, and then just grabbing pillows off the floor and bringing them
Oh no, the
upstairs.
pillows, the bed is in there.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It's just a little buried. Do you see?
He
Do you
just
see it?
shoved it to the
It's like a
side.
Where's Waldo? Oh, I found it.
What are we looking for? Sorry.
We're looking for the bed in Corn's bedroom.
I see it.
It has been layered over.
I still think Scorby is living like that one episode in SpongeBob where SpongeBob is afraid to go outside.
Say hello to use
yeah.
napkin.
Oh my god. It's safe in here. It's safe.
Indoors.
Oh my god, in here. Anything is a Doofenshmirtz invention if it ends in inator.
Yes.
So the party goes to bed.
Yep.
And can confirm Markov took over the hammock. But he is getting in his PJs though. So he goes to the bathroom, changes into his PJs, and then goes to the hammock.
So let me just count here. We have a room for Elman. We have a room for Graham. So really, yeah, if Markov stays out in the hammock, even when Rallis is over, we have an extra spare room.
Would
Otherwise-
Rallis come over? Oh wait, that's right, he left. That's
Yeah,
right.
he had to dip for the night.
Well then.
I guess is there anything we want to keep doing then?
Well, he wouldn't get the invitations right away. It's more of a night thing, but I suppose you can't really get the invitations if he's not present.
Yeah, we may have to end things early today.
What do you mean? We can get Nim's wings.
We may.
I mean,
We may have
I'd kind of like to keep
You
going.
could go hunting elsewhere in the in the Simic district, yes.
That's the whole thing.
However, will they be good wings?
We had to take this guy down to get a component he needed for wings.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is why we can't just go get his wings added right now.
Unless
The thing, what we needed to do was take like the whole reason we're taking this guy down is to make it easier for acquiring the parts that we need and stuff.
Yeah, for
And he
Owl
probably
And he's associated with Felix, and as such, probably the Seekers as well.
Do owl wings work? Because I know where to get giant owls. Or were they owls? I don't know. It was Nim and I were going for giant bird eggs at one point in time.
there was in fact a giant owl, which Nim fed, and so the owl's cool with him now.
Wasn't that an owl bear?
No, that was just an owl. A very huge owl.
In
However-
the Selesnya area, I do
Yep.
believe.
That is correct.
Although it would be very bad for Nim to try to take its wings.
No, he sounds like he'd be cool with it.
And also, I will remind the party, in the Celestia is also an excitable child that is super cool with Nim. And, like, followed him. His name was Red.
The one person who I think Nim didn't bite for calling him a dog.
He was super excited to follow Adventure Dog.
Adventure Dog.
And Graham had to be like, no.
We have
Send
to take him
the
back.
child. Do not passively kidnap this child. Send him back.
Put him back. Put the child back.
Put that thing back, or so help me.
Yes.
And I was going for a Monsters Inc. quote.
All are scared of child. terrible fear.
So what are we doing?
I believe everyone is deciding to tuck into bed, and now it is time for sleep. We can do things in the next day. There's more things to do after all. Or we can save it for next time. However, I have no qualms with continuing to go.
I would
However-
really
going.
like to continue since this is
I,
like
I will.
one of the
I
few
will be
nights I can
slightly
stay up this
upset if
late
I
or
miss a
further.
pivotal story point, though.
Yeah, because
I-
you now have something else to do.
Yes.
When it comes to the, I mean, yeah, it sucks that he's not here and he can't personally deliver them, but there's no reason that he couldn't just give us the tickets or whatever it is.
You are also correct.
Want to see him harass other players while giving them their letters.
I'm sorry, but I would really like to do this because I have been waiting since like session 3 or something for this.
I think it might have been session 3 was the court session. I think.
No, it was whenever basically remember when whenever Nim fell in the hole, he's like, "Oh, I can't climb rope," and we had to go through a whole thing to get him out of the giant wormhole.
Exactly.
I want wings.
I have been waiting for this for a long fucking time.
What did I miss?
They're
Nim
trying
really
to
wants to do the
delay
main
Nim
quest.
getting his wings again.
Because
Nim
if it
must
gets
become
delayed now,
Angel.
it's gonna be 2 weeks. It'll be 2
Okay,
weeks.
so whose limb do I need to rip off because they're trying to stop Nim?
Grams.
Okay.
Why is it me?
I don't know. You're just the one that came to mind first.
Wowie. Well. You will get the invitations. They'll basically all arrive at Cray's house.
Great.
Oh.
Let's do this.
But Riptide receives an invitation. Riptide.
With the warning
Alright.
with the warnings that you are all conducting yourselves on behalf of Rowlus, and that your actions are basically going to reflect on him. He has been your guarantor.
Man, it's gonna suck when we completely break down the place.
Awful.
Quite.
Remember, you're here on my behalf. Good. Click, click.
Wait, don't. I'll get kicked out. I mean, I don't know what you all will do. I can guess, but I don't know for sure. So,
Let's do it.
I take it
We're going.
everyone would be going for the auction.
Yes.
Oh God.
I mean, Riptide just follows what he's told to do.
Fair
And if he's
enough.
not told to do something, he generally breaks things.
Gray puts on his fans. Yes.
Speaking of, as we are traveling to the auction house, Nim is going to be carrying on a mental conversation with Riptide. So, I don't really have a problem with it, but a lot of other people do. Probably best that you don't be ripping people's limbs off.
But he was gonna run away.
I know. But I also don't want them getting mad at you and trying to take you away or anything. So we got to go with what the people... They're really weird about that, but, you know. Got to go with what they say is normal.
Okay, no more removing limbs.
Has Nim ever gotten a limb removed, I wonder?
He
He
had
did?
his head removed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
he
was
didn't really experience any of the pain of having said limb removed.
yeah, I was forgot about
Mental
Did a lot,
trauma. That
yeah,
is a real and valid form of pain.
I almost forgot about that, but I meant being actually dismembered, like getting your leaf chopped off.
Yeah, yeah. If Nim was so traumatized, why is he like? He's still like, yeah, no, I'm okay with you removing people's limbs.
Let's not dwell on that again.
Damn it!
Let's not
There's a difference. If you
Let's
really
not-
want to get into an argument, I will get into an argument.
let's
But
not
there's a
dwell on that again.
difference.
Let's not dwell on that again. Come on.
Are we all doing this while we're walking to the auction house?
Doing what now?
No.
Okay. Should Markov change out of his pajamas? Is this
Yes.
Yes. If you have formal attire, now would be the time.
Enemy is
Attire?
He's got the lab coat.
enemy is polishing his armor just to make it look extra shiny.
No. You absolutely need to wear a disguise, my friend.
Does Markov get to cosplay as a scientist? And is it
Ye-
scientist at that?
Yes. Now would be the time.
Wait,
Should you have the ability.
Were you
Okay.
talking about me?
I think, backtracking a little bit, Nim, Silver, and Riptide are going to go on a little adventure. Plenty of time to get to the auction house, but they are going to leave early. Possibly with others if they notice. Preferably with others, because Nim will probably get lost otherwise.
So what were you saying about this, guys?
You need one.
What?
You're Boros, my friend, and we're going to an underground auction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I do need something else to wear.
That's like walking into a drug den, and flashing your badge and be like, "I wish to buy drugs."
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. There's undercover borrows that wear different stuff than I do. Yeah.
And I'm going to grimace and shudder as I put on my old Azurius clothes because a Selesnya walking in there is not much better than a
You
Boros
mean
walking
Orzhov?
in there. Yeah, he's saying he's putting on his Orzhov, but he's not gonna wear his Selesnya stuff because
I was like, when
would
did
be
you
bad.
get Azorius clothing? Was there
Okay, then.
another loop to your backstory we're not aware of?
We have a lot of those.
Okay,
Ram has one loop.
Enemy robs his temple. I am gonna need to borrow something because other than my armor, I only have my commoner clothes, and that will be just as suspicious.
Oh, you can borrow my lab coat because I also remembered I have this awesome ability.
No, wait, remember you returned that Orzhov armor, didn't you?
Yes.
to the trophy room.
Yeah, that was a one-time thing, and I don't have time to go fetch it again.
Well, then your best bet is to get a fancy cloak from Cray.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and request that.
Have you tried a toga?
And hope that Cray has clothes on his size. As soon as Cray is back, he will request that.
Yeah, do you guys want to check this out? This is pretty cool. I've been working on my impressions and my disguises lately.
Oh.
Yeah. Markov casts disguise on himself, making him look thin and 1 foot taller.
Markov, you still look like yourself.
Yes, but I'm 1 foot taller.
That isn't a disguise.
Being a less short.
Oh, yeah.
What is Markov's a? Is he a dragonborn or a kobold? I forget.
He's a
Dragonborn.
dragonborn.
Being a 1 foot taller dragonborn does not make you any less
So what you're saying is I
identifiable.
should have been 1 foot shorter?
Well, you could pass as a kobold if you were to do that, I suppose.
He'd have to make himself way shorter to pass himself off as a kobold.
Yeah, probably yeah.
Like, down to 3 feet. Down to 3 feet. But anyway.
I'm
Oh,
waiting.
okay, I can change my clothes. Alright, my armor is gonna look like the lab coat.
Ooh.
Aha!
So, how is everyone else presenting themselves? Because I wonder how you're going to get Riptide in there
Riptide's
as
crushed.
not
Graham has-
merchandise.
Graham is going to basically
I
have.
have a plan,
Okay.
Right.
but nobody
Great.
let me actually finish that idea.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes.
I wanted to show my disguised self.
Go, Nim. Do your things.
So is anybody else coming with Nim? Actually, Nim's going to drag Cray along.
Okay, there he goes. There he-
I mean,
Well, that depends on what Nim's doing. What is Nim doing?
He's going to the store.
Nim doesn't
Okay,
tell you where
Cray
he's
will-
going or why. He just says you're
Cray
coming.
will come with him to the store.
Lemming is also gonna follow because he needs to talk with Cray.
You guys are going shopping? Can I come?
Sure, why not?
Yay!
You're the inventive mind. You can probably figure something out. Or
It's because I'm wearing a lab coat, isn't it?
no.
Nim
I
is
need so-
going to
I-
the super secret shop.
The super secret shop.
The
The
what?
armor one.
Oh,
Excuse me.
Now, Riptide, we gotta get you something new and some kind of wrapping or something, which you'll be able to change and make look however we need you to make it look, or just make it look invisible, whichever.
cloak of invisibility.
No, shift weave wrapping or such.
Oh yeah. Wait, that's something that Eileen did, not the super secret store.
No, it was from the super secret store.
I could have sworn that was something that Eileen did.
No.
Huh.
Eileen had
Okay, never
something
mind.
else altogether.
Okay, never mind.
But yeah, Nim's explaining this to Riptide along the way.
Okay, so I put wrapping on.
Yeah, but we gotta go get it first. It's over at the store.
And I mean, if I ask Cray, I need something else to wear myself. I only have my commodity clothes with me, and I can't go there with in this situation with either my armor or that.
I can just imagine like they're showing up to a high society. Oh, give me a moment. Sorry, I just need to duck AFK for a moment.
Whoops. Cray, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. What was the question?
Element is asking. I need you to help me with getting some clothes for this day because I can't go in wearing my armor and neither can I go in just wearing commoner's clothing. I need something. I need to borrow something from you or help me get something to be able to blend in.
Well, I was going to recommend that you wear some of your fancy Boros dress, but then I realized we're going to an underground auction. So just come with us to the store and we'll find something.
Yeah, That's fine. That's good idea.
Yeah,
get
we
you a
can
laptop,
we can
too.
stop somewhere for you to get nice clothes.
Mhm.
And so the entire party went on a shopping trip.
Can we go get food on the way? Nim didn't make food this morning.
Nim always makes food in the morning.
Never mind, I'm full.
Even if I don't specify it, Nim made food that morning.
Okay.
Nim's favorite pastime is cooking. He never does not cook. The only time he doesn't cook is if there is not food or fire.
And even then, sometimes he finds a way to cook.
He used it. He used this. He used the sun to cook.
Nimby's
Or
sitting here
he'll
like,
make
"This is-"
wraps or such.
Nimby's sitting here like, this is sushi.
This is beef sushi.
Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good.
Yes.
Not raw beef.
My grandpa actually, for quite a long time, my grandma would, every time she gets raw beef, she would have to be very careful about it because he would go in and just lather it with ketchup and eat it right like it is.
Oh dear.
Oh, what? Wow.
There's not too many dangers. I mean, there are clearly some dangers with eating raw meat, but outside of like some various illnesses, like there's not too much just stopping you from going at it.
Yeah.
Chicken sushi.
Like animals. A lot of animals, including humans, being omnivores, were kind of just made to just go at it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The main reason we cook our meat is because A, it tastes so much better, and B, it, removes what...
Taste is a
things.
matter of opinion.
I mean, yeah.
Generally, it tastes better.
To most people, it does. But then again,
Yes.
most people haven't actually had, actual raw meat.
And
Back again. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Okay. I haven't had raw meat either, and I don't want to because I actually like the taste of cooked meat.
But that's the thing. 'Cause I haven't had raw meat either, and I don't think I ever will, but mostly because the thought of it disgusts me. But we can't really say if we like the taste of cooked meat better than raw meat.
I've had octopus before, and that was pretty weird.
I suppose you're correct, but
That is why I have a very small list of things
Actually,
that
a lot
I
of-
do
there-
not
there-
like because I try everything. And even like
a rare steak is kind of that's a mostly kind of raw steak, so
Yeah, and I gotta
It's-
admit, I do like...
it's a little different, but but like the center of it is not really cooked.
I do tend to enjoy my food more medium rare.
Mm-hmm.
but I know for I myself, I don't like most shrimp. But I found I actually really like coconut shrimp.
Oh, the other day I found out how to make walnut shrimp, and that was tasty.
I have yet to find a variety of sushi that I like. Most of it I do not like.
Have you had salmon?
But
Like a salmon sushi?
I don't like shrimp. I don't like.
Okay. Have you tried unagi?
I have no idea what all I've tried. I just know that a lot of family and friends have been like, here, try this. Here, try this. Here, try this. And I have yet to try or like any of them.
Well, try to find a place that does unagi. Unagi is eel, and it tastes amazing. And if that doesn't give you like a shred of respect for sushi, nothing will.
I mean, it's not that I don't have respect for sushi. It's just I don't like the taste of it.
Pat. This conversation is making me hungry.
I haven't eaten yet today, so I am already hungry, period.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh no. You should fix that when you can.
I probably will at some point.
Good.
At least
last
before
meal
I go to bed at 6 a.m.
Oof.
I was just about to say the last meal I had, but I've just been eating cream cheese wonton stuffed with jalapenos.
I
Cream
had
cheese.
some tamales.
Ooh.
Tamales.
Anyways, tangent. We're going to the store.
Yep.
Makes
Um,
the session longer.
So what were you saying, Jaffer? Before you had to left, before you had to step away.
Right.
Before you had to left.
Yeah, sorry. I was imagining that you were walking into a fancy suit shop where, it's the nice rug floor suits on mannequins, and Riptide just sort of slithers in, the scales tearing up the carpet, little drips and drabs of his body just leaving stains here and there.
Oh no.
Does
He
he?
hisses
Is
at
he
the
really
tailor and points at a
slimy and
fancy
stuff?
Not really slimy, but he did just sever people, so there could still be a little bit of blood dripping.
Also, why would his scales tear up the carpet?
Well, that would have been the day before.
Oh, okay.
Is he actively shitting?
No, he's just got rough
have you-
scales.
Yeah,
But
it-
he
it's a
slithers
scale condition.
around. I assume if he slithers around, it's kind of forcefully grated his belly to be smooth.
I mean, his scales from the side could still bump into things.
I mean, yeah, those could. But not tear up the carpet, probably.
Fair.
As I said, that's just what I was imagining.
Now
I
I'm
further imagine that he slithers in. Everyone is completely fearful. People are drawing swords. He points at a suit, hisses, and then he's doing the whole arms out, they're measuring him thing. Completely intimidated, but they're just actually going about tailoring him a suit.
now I'm
You say no to
They're
something
figuring it out.
now I am imagining. Gentleman Choga from League of Legends. I'm imagining this will be the end result, except with Riptide.
Oh my.
I get it.
Okay, so how is the conversation with the people at the store going?
Well, Nim
Nim's
is
the one doing the
walking.
talking.
Yeah, Nim's walking in. He gives the password.
Yep.
Is it the same
They-
clerk?
It is. This is the third time he's seen you now, and this time you're bringing something else, huh?
Okay, so first off, I've been wanting to stop by and let you know. I cleared it and I secured you a private room.
What?
He's going to nod. Alright.
Over at the. Because the first time he went in, he gave them reservations at the Renata.
Oh, is this guy part of the ensemble?
No, he's just a clerk for the magic store that Nim made a deal with.
Yeah, he basically, because he didn't have enough money for the armor he wanted, he made a deal with the clerk to get, to give him some reservations in return for the missing amount of money. And, well, there were problems.
Then when he showed up, they basically told him to get out.
But now, I would recommend reserving ahead of time Just so you don't have to accidentally share it, but otherwise that private room is available. Which that alone, that normally adds a lot to the bill, so that's an extra savings on you.
Very good.
Now, I need some kind of, one sec. Riptide, can you wear armor?
He'll shake his head.
Guy's like, what's armor?
Okay, so we need some kind of, shift weave, clothing or, wrap or something for him. Something that he can make look fancy, because we gotta go to a fancy event today.
Hey, do any of the ensemble have Marten phones?
Yes.
One or two.
Tanya
also does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it Tanya.
Additionally, you could also, in theory, just take Riptide in a cage.
Yes.
Nim would never do that. Anyways, there's the Marten phone.
Roar.
Since Cray is calling Tanya.
Yep, she picks it up. Howdy.
Hello, where'd you get your suits?
We make them.
How quickly
Remember,
can you make one?
It's not a fast thing to do. These take a lot to make, but they're pretty good. Not
Okay.
a lot of
I've not
armor.
answered the question yet.
All right. It'd take about 2 weeks to make one.
How much?
How much?
Yes.
I'd have to ask Eileen, but I think about 500,000 or so.
500,000 gold?
Probably round about there.
What's so special about them?
Well, while they don't really give much in the way of armor class, you have resistance to every kind of magical energy.
What if I just want the design of the suit?
Oh, just the suit?
Yes.
Well, I suppose that'd be fine. Suppose I could ask her to throw something together pretty quick.
What would the price and
Hey,
time
who
frame
makes
of that
the
look
suits?
like? Eileen.
Yes.
Yeah, Eileen makes the suits, and Tarakona
Ah.
makes the armor. The
Yep.
armored versions.
Yep, they're working on some armored together. Workshopping it. I suppose we could have a pretty snappy looking suit for 50 gold. Who's it fit?
How quickly can you get it done?
We could probably have it done in 40 minutes.
40 minutes? Okay. How would y'all like suits like the ensemble wears?
I get a suit?
I mean, Rosichin, that sounds interesting.
You said 50 gold?
Yes.
It'd be 50 gold each.
I can pay for that.
So who all wants suits?
I want a suit.
I need it.
I don't need one. Nim changes his armor to look just like the ensemble's suits.
All right.
For how much I like the disguise self spell, it only lasts for 1 hour.
Does Graham want one?
Oh, Graham didn't go with the shopping trip, so unless you're calling him.
Yeah, he'll patch Graham through on the call.
Yeah. He'll be like, you know what? Sure, I'll. Sure, yeah, no, I guess I'll take a suit. That it'll be less identifiable than what I normally wear.
Okay. We'll go ahead and I'll cover the cost of a suit for everyone, and you can all just pay me back. 6731 because I'm paying 200. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and order the suits be made. I've already deduced the gold to be added later. And yeah, we'll all get tailored suits that look like part of the ensemble.
Deducted.
Hold on, didn't Graham also get shift weave armor?
No.
Oh, that was Tarracona that got the armor.
Oh, that's right.
Although if Graham was part of the conversation about like the magical properties of the actual suits, he'd be like, I wonder if Eileen could make a scarf that would have the same effect.
Possibly.
Probably about the same cost, though.
Probably. How much did it cost?
500.
Tanya was estimating somewhere around 500,000 gold.
Ah.
But it is resistance to everything.
Well, that's for the suit though. A scarf might be worth less.
Yes.
It might be less, but not by that much, because the main cost there is the magical, or the enchant, whatever equivalent to magical enchantment that's on it. Because I believe it's not actually magic, but either way, the vast majority. Like, the suit itself is probably just the 50 gold, and the rest of that cost is the enchantment.
Yes.
So, who's all getting suits?
Markov's getting a suit.
Enemy is getting one.
Graham.
Apparently, Riptide is.
No, Riptide is getting shift weave thing.
Ah, yes. Now, how much was that again?
1 gold.
Well, if it's just shift weave, actually, Nim would probably try and get it like like a ring of protection plus shift weave.
Yeah.
Probably a scarf kind of thing, which can then be adjusted to cover the body and whatnot. But, while we're
It's
at it,
going to be an interesting one, because Shift Weave is normally an armor enhancement.
The Shift Weave collar?
Yeah. Shift weave collar with protection enchantment.
Sounds like an interesting idea.
Nim wants to help his friend. And there's no listed cost for a ring of protection +1 on any site that I'm seeing.
That is strange.
Very strange.
Ooh. For that matter, Nim might want a earring of protection for silver as well. Nim, I think, is pretty okay on that stuff, though it's more about the... It's mostly he's only got so much money, and... But I didn't realize those increased saving throws as well, in which case...
Alright, braces of armor are probably the better one to do. Depending on the bonus, 1,000 gold for a +1, 4,000 for a +2, 9,000 for a +3, 16 grand for a 4, 25 for a 5, 36 for a 6, 49 for a 7, 64 for an 8.
Well, yeah, but does that also include saving throws?
No, these are just AC. And it doesn't stack with actual armor. Which actually means it's really good for monks, wizards, and other non-armor wearers.
Well, both Nim and Silver already wear armor, so the ring would stack. Those could be good for Riptide, but I mean, if it's only 1,000 gold each, how much do I have? I got enough for one for each of us. And then
wait,
some.
it is the, I think it's, I'm trying to find the official 5th ed version. It's hard to find these.
Yeah. I mean, I just do search for D&D 5e for everything that I search regarding 5e, but either way. Okay, there are not advanced forms of the Ring of Protection, though DMs can obviously homebrew in a Ring of Protection +2 or +3. However, it is very highly recommended against doing so, because those would also increase
high
all
AC
saving.
is. Yes, they do in fact also include high saving throws. I'll say they exist, but they are exorbitantly expensive.
But a basic one.
Like the suit?
I mean,
well,
that suit
imagine
is
getting
even...
+3 on all your saving throws.
In addition to +3 to your AC.
Yes. But yes, I would akin them to something like the suit. In terms of just absurd pricing. They exist, but you're gonna have to one, find someone who could make it, and two, convince them to sell it to you.
But either way, Nim is looking for just the +1, one for all three of them. And though for Nim and Silver, it would be more earring because they don't really have fingers to wear rings. And they are not going to wear collars. And Nim specifically not looking for a collar for Riptide. I mean, I would imagine a magical scarf would have means of keeping itself on, even if it's, you know, a scarf.
Fair enough.
I just always imagine that for noble animals, their version of a ring is an earring instead.
Yeah, having
Or
something around their digit wouldn't be great.
Or it could be a, you know, ankle bracelet thing.
Yeah, also that.
So whatever they've got.
Plus a scarf plus shift weave plus a protection enchantment. How much would that cost?
I don't believe that shift weave is actually... Is it an actual...
No, it's something that I made for convenience sake.
Oh, there is
a... Is there?
It's not official. It looks like it is homebrew. Oh no, it's from Eberron. That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, neat. Weird. Hold on.
And of course, it
D&D.
doesn't include the cost, but it does say it's a
But this is
common
also
item.
a high magic world, so
Yeah. It's a common
it
magic
makes
item,
sense.
so.
I mean, I assume someone like Cray has shiftweave built into their everyday clothing, because of course he can't be seen in the same clothing twice.
You mean Rowless? I don't know
I
if
was
Cray
thinking
really.
Cray.
Well,
Yeah, it could
it gives
work
me
for Cray.
it gives me a range when I looked it up.
What I looked
Or-
up gave 50 to 100 gold pieces for a common magic item.
Oh no, I was looking for the ring.
Oh, the ring would, I think we established, would be 1,000. Actually, that's a good. But also keep in mind, again, high magic
High
world,
magic.
so it's much more common.
Sure enough.
Looks like they are typically about, like in standard D&D, they're around 3,000.
Okay.
So, do with that information as you will.
They have the rings ready, but they'd have to prepare the scarf. So that'll be basically be a custom order. For Nim and Silver, it'd probably be 2,000. They are still pretty in demand. Everyone wants one.
Okay.
For
I have deductible
Riptide,
that.
probably 3,100 for the additional shift weave to put the enhanced enchantment on a scarf.
Oof.
Both enchantments.
Very well. I shall do it.
What's the starting money we should have at this level?
I don't know. However, there is also backgrounds to take into consideration. Riptide, however, is very deliberately no equipment, no nothing. He came out of a test tube.
Wealth by level at
Sounds
level
like
8 would be 8,600 gold.
That's how much equivalent I should have started with, or had that in assets.
Yes.
I mean, we could say that maybe Morath brought Nim some gold to help with Riptide's costs.
Also fair, because I will say now, Morath is very invested in Riptide's well-being, so that is a reasonable thing to do, as Morath also is very frugal,
He also probably
but,
stole. He also probably stole the gold from the lab.
or at least stole enough to sell in exchange for that. So yes, Riptide can in fact have his own money. However, I would also suggest in investing in a bag of holding for Riptide, so he can put his gains. That would
Okay,
probably
I was
also
just
stay
thinking-
in the scarf.
It would basically go into the same, like, it would be party pool money, but, you know, Nim goes, okay, well, I'm buying you this, so we'll use the money that Morath gave us for this.
There.
I just
However you
wanted
want to do
noted
it.
that Nim was fully prepared to buy that outright himself.
This is me as a player trying to help.
And
I
I
understand.
definitely appreciate that as a player.
I understand and accept. I'm not trying to handicap the party. However, you did also get a lot of money once upon a time, and you have gone through it, but it was very worthwhile purchases.
So I will put on my character sheet 8,600 gold, and it is Riptide's gold.
Alright. You know how to do +1s, right?
There should actually be a actual magic item in the DM's guide for that stuff, which just makes it much easier. Because it's also an attuned item.
Yes. However,
if you could...
I found that when I put it on characters, it doesn't seem to work. So I hover over the number, press Control, and then mouse wheel up.
Oh, yeah, I know how to do that stuff.
Okay,
I thought
just
you were
making sure.
talking about the actual item.
No. Just making sure, in case anyone else would also like to purchase a Ring of Protection.
I mean, they're off talking about their own thing.
Potential limits.
Also fair.
I'm kind of imagining that none of them are actually paying any attention to what Nim is doing right now.
Nim's buying a ring, but Markov is looking at other things.
So, how quickly could you get that done?
The scarf?
Yeah.
Oh, we should probably have it ready in 4 days.
Oh, we kind of need it today.
You want to put a rush on this?
What would we be looking at for that?
Depends on what kind of time frame we're working with. You could be looking upwards to a 50% increase.
In the next few minutes, preferably?
Not possible. Minutes, huh?
Maybe an hour?
You're pushing it, but maybe. We'd have to put everything else on hold.
Well, I can do that at extra cost.
Alright.
And I'll even toss in an extra reservation on top. In addition to the extra cost.
Maybe I'll bring a date. Maybe Alright. And he's going to go into the back room. And you distinctly think you hear ice?
What was the cost for that again, by the way?
3,100 gold.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Wrong way. So we're taking that out. Oh, and how much to have the bag of holding thing added in? I was thinking
I believe
saddle
a
pack
bag of
kind
holding
of
is a
thing.
pretty standard item. They've probably gotten a way to mass produce them, so.
Well,
like
working
whatever
it into the I think bags of holding are like 300, if that.
Yeah, let's go 150.
But he also wants it worked into the. He wants it basically like his saddle pack.
True.
Which, for the record, for creatures that don't normally have hands and stuff, Greaves usually provides those free of cost. So they're much lesser.
Greaves.
Yes.
I haven't utilized Greaves. I should do that. Probably when you're ready to start seeking higher end items. He's probably got those. He's probably got those rings of protection.
Yeah. Greaves, the ultimate planeswalker.
He's above and beyond a planeswalker.
But that's what they would call him in this world. They'd call him a planeswalker.
He's above even the highest level gods. But as more, he sits there. He likes watching the adventures. He's just kind of sitting somewhere in his own little pocket dimension most of the time. And he's just got giant TVs up. And all the different adventures going on across the everywhere, the multiverse. He's just sitting there watching it all.
He's Marvel's The Watcher.
Yep.
Yeah. But he will actually come in and help.
So he's Marvel's the Watcher.
I don't remember the Watcher ever really doing much.
In the latest episode, or not latest episode, but...
Have you seen Marvel's What If series?
I have not.
Okay. No spoilers, watch it.
Okay. I need the money to get the Disney Plus subscription again.
I sort of mooch off my parents on that. We give them access to our Netflix and Amazon, because I got Amazon Plus for Twitch Prime, and they give us their Disney.
My mom was mooching off of me for my Disney, and then I had to cancel it because I couldn't afford it. And my mom's like, "Did you cancel this?" "Yeah, I can't afford it." "Oh, but if you want to do a subscription, I would love to have it again. I'll think about it." She never did.
Be like, how about you help me pay for the subscription? Then I can totally do it.
She's got a hell of a lot more money than I do. She brags about it all the goddamn time.
Yeah, it's because she mooches up you and doesn't spend any.
No joke. I didn't get braces until I was 20.
My word.
And I really needed them. Even still, because she took so long, my teeth are still not straight and such.
Anyways. Is the party done with their shopping?
Well, right now I'm working out costs, but Nim is also going to look for a weapon.
A weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, that's right. Yon teeth.
Yep.
Markov's just wandering around the shop, touching everything.
Dodge.
I made a thing.
A thing, you say?
I made a thing.
I made a thing.
What thing did you make? Share with the group.
I'm gonna post it in Guild Tales. Assuming I can find it.
You made it, but then you immediately lost it?
There we go.
Okay, this I think I can bring up on stream, so...
Let's have a look-see at what we're dealing with.
It's precious!
Oh my god.
It is really tiny, so I'm still going to post it in the tabletop image channel on the Discord. It is March.
Hands in the pocket. Oh, that was lovely.
This is an open question to everyone but Cray. Can I eat him now?
No! Wait, no, am I allowed to answer that? I think maybe, I don't know.
So this is March 23rd, 2022. Actually, you know, I might as well start putting the title of the stream with these. So, there we go. We'll do that.
Yeah,
so if you're watching this later, it is without, it's exactly like it appears on the YouTube recording, just without the season and episode numbers. Delete that, and then you can search on the Discord for it.
Yeah, Cray ordered one of the outfits, and I'm like, okay, I can just put his head on one of the outfits.
It worked! I can absolutely see that being his pose!
I found one of the pictures that was in the Guild Tales chat, and I only have the icon of Cray's head for some reason. I never actually got the full body, but I made it work.
Hey, Digi.
Y'all remember that meme I made a while back? Actually, no, I think it was like a year ago now, where it was the iCarly thing is like, oh, smoothie.
Digi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know how to activate books for us to be able to access?
I should be able to. Let me just activation.
And
Which
then,
book am I looking for?
The DM's guide. If you could just make that available for us. I don't think it's the player's version, but just activate both of them. You want to do the green check mark on them, and then we can activate them.
Yeah.
And that way I can just add the actual ring of protection onto the sheets.
All right.
Or at least onto Nim and Silver's, and Jaffer can take care
It
of
is the Dungeon Master's Guide, right?
Yep.
And the player's version? All right,
Yeah.
both are active.
Thank you. Ah, there it is.
I'll be honest, I think I like the poses of some of the other ones better, but I just didn't have the art.
Oh, I can hand it over.
Thank you, but that's fine. I've already made one meme.
Fair enough.
One
It's
abomination.
not even a meme. It's just him and the swag.
We should do that as one of the title pictures, just him like that. Like the cover picture. When we start the streams.
I'm not doing that.
That's fair.
Sad.
Unfortunately, I do not have an ensemble suit pose that could fit Nim or Silver.
Why not?
As they all stand upright.
Then we need to get a canine quadruped version.
I'll ask
The only
Kitsu.
solution.
But I can promise nothing. Also, Riptide, your
My scarf of... I'm slightly less scary.
your scarf of protection and shift weave.
Yeah, so the shift weave is the slightly less scary.
Yes, you can be dressed. And after all, civilized people are the ones that wear clothes. However, you have all gotten your yes.
We're gonna need you to go identify these for us on our sheets.
Oh, sure.
They're listed
absolutely.
as signet ring.
Ah, makes sense. Makes sense. Of course. Da-da-da. There it is. Boop. Boop. There's Silver. All right, it is done.
Thank you. Yeah, I especially want to get some more save stuff for Silver, because the only thing that he's got proficiency in is Dex, and Well, his int and charisma are both -2.
Ooh, dangerous.
But hey, it's better that his int is better than what it was when, first got him.
Also true.
Hello, friend. I'm here to educate.
Educate.
He actually has some sentience.
Gain sentience.
Sent these ints.
Oh, you.
I'll ask again. Can I eat him yet?
If that were in character, yes.
Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Okay, so we're gonna head off to. Are we done with the shopping, with the suits and stuff? Can we rush this along? We are getting rather late.
I would imagine the suits would be prepared for you to pick up after you basically put in the order. You may wonder how she has your measurements already. And Tanya just says, "Don't worry about it. She's just like that."
I was
I
expecting
forgot
she would
Silver's weapon or Nim's weapon.
Ah, yes, Nim's weapon. Because of your teeth with their special properties.
Would have to be better than a +1 because that's what they're already at.
Or perhaps a +1 with an enchantment.
Yes.
Anything in particular you're looking for? They do have quite the selection of weaponry.
I'll look through and see if anything appeals to me. And we can go back to it while you're dealing with the ensemble stuff.
Fair enough. Oh, there's not much to do. Everyone that asked for a suit gets handed a suit, and it looks good, unless you somehow don't think you'd look good in a black suit with a blue emblem on the left shoulder.
I like it. It matches my eyes.
I imagine Grams would probably be closer to a trench suit so he could wear his armor underneath it.
Probably.
Gray he springs for both the trench coat as well as the suit beneath. For various types of weather.
Mm-hmm. However, I would like Gray to roll an insight.
Ah. 23.
Very nice. Very solid. When Tanya was talking about the suits and the price, she didn't say that one wasn't available.
Wait, what?
She never said that there wasn't one available.
Are you implying that she already had these made?
No. When you were asking about their suits, like the good ones,
yes,
the expensive ones,
yes,
that there may be some available.
Right, but she still put like a ridiculous price tag on it.
Oh yes.
Like even if they're available, I'm not buying them.
Fair enough.
Fuck, I don't even have the money for that. I don't think anyone in our party has enough money. Like, even if we threw all of our funds together, I don't think any of us would have enough money for that.
No, because what would that be? Like 5,000? No, it'd be more than 5,000 platinum. It'd be 50,000 platinum.
Yep.
Yes, and I think the most any of us have had in platinum has been maybe 7,000.
Yes.
Which is
probably
not
around
even, which is not even a fifth.
I just got a crazy idea.
Yeah.
A sentient weapon that Nim absorbs into his fangs.
Oh God.
My teeth talk.
My teeth talk at me.
It would be definitely fun. Nim would be all for that.
It would be fun for a while. Eventually, it might get a bit overhanded.
It'll be the talking pistol from Rooms and Reptiles. If anyone remembers that one.
No.
I was
No
thinking
one
the
here
talking
remembers
gun
it.
from Borderlands.
I was thinking the
My
talking
favorite when it
gun.
comes to anything like that would have been an old one from a D&D campaign my parents did, where there was a kobold that had managed to find the best sword ever.
Oh?
It was an intelligent sword, longsword, but the sword itself was smarter and more powerful than the goblin, or than the kobold. And so you'd see this kobold hanging onto the sword as the sword flies through the dungeon.
Aha! However, Nim, roll me a perception check.
The sword is so good, the kobold is just its
Based
loser.
on what?
Actually, roll me an Arcana check instead to see if you can't identify what looks real nice. Ooh, you are trying to see what would do real nice around. You are gravitated towards a locked door because something behind that smells magically delicious for your teeth.
Magically delicious.
They're magically delicious.
And is it the
However,
same? Oh, go ahead.
You are told that you will need an escort, as that is where they keep their most expensive merchandise.
Oh God. So something Nim cannot afford.
Possibly. But if Nim is feeling cheeky, maybe he could just give it a quick nip and pretend nothing happened.
Or just send a psychic
You
signal.
just have to choose to be morally dubious.
I mean,
send a psychic signal to Riptide. Just cause a distraction.
the thing is, Nim is true neutral. And so, like, he definitely feels like they've overcharged him on a few things here.
He says that, but he got a hell of a deal when it came to the armor.
Well, yeah, but that was a lot of work. Huh?
Does Nim even know the value of money in this place?
Mint has taken
In
over.
general, yes. Yes, this is Mint talking. But either way, Nim
These
doesn't
guys
really
steal the
see.
magic.
He doesn't really see much. There's. It's definitely not against his oaths or anything to steal. So, or his alignment for that matter. So, are there any other employees in the shop? I know the one guy's in the back working on stuff.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
Along with well, this is a magic shop. Along with the wards, they want to be very sure that nobody steals.
Yeah. Then
This
again, he
frame
wouldn't really be
notice Nim's-
stealing the item itself, just the magic from it, so...
Nim snooping around.
He's gonna ask for an escort into the room.
All right.
Craig goes into the room with him then. I assume if you're asking the party.
No, I assumed it was from one of the shop owners, but I mean, he's not hiding it from the party.
All right.
Probably good to have his lawyer with him for this.
Well, you will be given an escort. And in the back seems to be someone else that seems to be doing some paperwork, who briefly looks up at you. And behind glass display cases, oh my god, that's a Holy Avenger.
My favorite paladin sword.
You can almost recognize it on sight.
Slight tangent. In
Yes.
2nd edition, Holy Avenger had a Dispel aura. Had a Dispel magic aura around it. And I was playing a bunch of evil characters. Well, we were playing a bunch of evil characters, and this group of paladins kept hunting us. And so we decided to deal with them. We found out when and where one of their tournaments were that, they were going to go to and everything. And we then saved up all of our money and got together a wand of polymorph. And we went around polymorphing various red dragons into pebbles.
Oh.
We then scattered said pebbles in the main arena of the Paladins tournament, where we knew they would all stand there for the opening ceremony, draw their Holy Avengers, and, well, when it's drawn, it activates the anti-magic aura.
You're a terrible person.
About 35 varying ages of red dragons appeared.
I'm surprised the red
Wow.
dragons didn't have a better resistance to being polymorphed.
Oh, why do you think we only had about 35 of them when there's 100 charges to the wand?
I'm surprised you escaped from the failed attempts.
It was very much a zap, oops, run.
Surprised
but
you
yes.
found 35 of them. Damn.
It was
Yeah,
2nd
that's
edition.
the
Things were
other
different
thing.
back then.
Yeah, 2nd edition dragons were common. You know what the worst part though was?
What?
The paladins won the fight.
Oh my god.
We weakened them, but the paladins won the fight, and we're like, well, that might keep them off our trail for a few months.
My.
All that work, and the paladins won the fight.
I mean, we did kill a number of them.
To quote my boy John on the internet, oh my god!
Yeah, wow.
Oh, you
So
mean this?
that gives you an idea of the.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, so
That
that's
one.
that's the level of the paladins that were hunting us. So you can see why we went to such a desperate measure of polymorph dragons into pebbles to fight them.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But that is not the only almost salivatory worthy weapon back here,
Oh?
as there is also a Vorpal sword.
I'm wondering what would happen if we put that onto my talons. What do you mean he's slicing people up more now?
So the question here
A
becomes:
blade.
would Nim actually be able to, like, he still holds himself like a paladin. I still consider him basically a paladin, but he is basically a paladin, but with the abilities of a wizard instead. And the Holy Avenger does require attunement by a paladin.
Yes.
So is that
Also,
close
to get,
enough?
to get the... Unfortunately, I'm going to say class levels in Paladin are required.
Okay.
It's
Then
also,
the Holy
But
Avenger doesn't...
But does Nim realize that he's a sorcerer?
Nim's aware he's not a proper paladin anymore.
Okay.
He's well aware of that. He still holds himself like one, but he is a wizard.
So, how much experience are we off leveling up?
Oh, I'd say post lab or post this auction encounter, you are very much on your way to leveling up because this is going to be very much dangerous if you do it the straightforward way, and will require a great deal of planning and finesse to do it well, in which case I would not mind just giving it to you, because you have also done other things.
I believe, didn't we just level up like 2 weeks ago or something? 3 weeks?
You don't know what's at that auction house.
Fair.
Also,
I'm just trying to think of a way to get you your paladin level.
Well, I do not plan to ever level him up into actual paladin.
I should throw it out there as well that most of our leveling is based more on checkpoints
milestones.
Milestones rather than XP. And we have had, I'm pretty sure we were on level 4 for several months.
Mm-hmm.
Because we literally just tangent so much.
Yeah. But as far as that goes, I have been thinking about poking you, Digi, about maybe reworking Nim's class a tiny bit to add in... namely,
like features?
Yeah, like trading one of the wizard features out to get lay on hands, as well as the other main thing was getting access to the smite spells, not the not
smiting
actual,
ability. You know, like searing smite and things like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just add those to the spell list itself for options for him. But that's a whole
I can
other
take
thing.
that under consideration. I can take that.
It'd
However-
probably end up being one of his mana abilities. Like you could tap into his paladin powers a little
Ooh.
bit.
I like
Oh,
that
yeah.
idea.
That is an idea.
Then it's not really reworking his class.
That abilities can do fantastical things. That is perfectly acceptable.
Which is why Graham is going to spend the last few hours before they head over there trying to see if he can't tap a little bit more into his.
I'm
genuinely curious what's going to happen when I unlock the minor ability of...
Riptide?
Yeah, of Riptide.
I'm
That's gonna
curious
be a fun
too.
one.
I just hope that
Oh,
it's...
I know what it's going to be.
Oh, okay.
I've already spoken with Digi about what it's going to be. It's going to be interesting to see how the party takes it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
His mana ability is Sentient Man.
I think the greatest threat to Riptide is going to be the party. Turning against him because he turns into too much of a monster. He's gonna turn into a fucking like Godzilla, and it's like he's gonna be like 50 stories tall, and just like breathing like death upon everything.
Golcasso soars into the air. Finally! It's everything I ever wanted! It's
The thing there is, Nim sees a kindred spirit with Riptide.
Cray just sees a Nephilim waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's basically how Graham is just like, this thing is just a monster waiting to be unleashed upon the city, and I don't really care for that.
Orath, no, he's good, really? Probably.
Graham wants to see it, but I'd gonna have to prove that he's not gonna become a monster before Graham is just like, okay, I accept this.
Graham just hates everybody.
He doesn't hate Markov.
It's just kinda.
He's skeptical by nature.
He doesn't like Cray. He doesn't like Rowlos.
Actually,
he doesn't.
He likes. He's come to like Cray. He's gotten past his suspicions of Cray.
Which is ironic given what he recently found out about his mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, the talks that you've had with him, he's just kind of like, I can understand why you couldn't tell me about that, and also why you wouldn't.
Did we ever talk to Cray about that ourselves? I don't think we have actually.
Graham hasn't. He was just like, you know what? I trust that Cray is regardless of what his family might do, Cray himself is a trustworthy person. Graham sees Cray as a good friend and confidant at this point.
Aww.
He used to like Nim a lot more, but then Nim slowly started driving him batshit crazy with his naivety. Graham wants to be angry and hate Nim, but he can't. It's just, as far as that'd be like hating a child for being a child. He's just like, Nim is just not self-aware enough to justify being angry at.
So anyways, Nim can't actually make use of either the Vorpal Sword or the Holy Avenger, so anything else fun in here?
I said there was a luck blade here too.
A luck blade?
Yes.
What is that? It's a +1.
Gives you another +1 to all your saving throws, and it has a few charges of wish.
Ooh.
Also, you can call on its luck to re-roll one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you dislike. It can only be used once a day. So it's basically a one use of the lucky feat per day.
Okay, I like the idea of this one.
However, they are all behind warded glass cases.
Can I have a look at that one? And he's gesturing towards the luck blade.
You pay up front and then you get your hands on the merchandise. These are a bit too powerful to trust someone with.
Well, I understand that, but I've also had people tell me that things are magical before, and while I can definitely feel magic from the case, I want to make sure that that is actually what the label says it is.
This is a membership club. We live on our reputation.
Well, so much for that idea. Well, how much is it then?
They're going to look back up over at the display case before reaching down and checking some papers. Luck blade. That one we've got on our hands. He raises an eyebrow as he looks over as he looks over the papers. Ah.
Nim is just looking up at him with big puppy dog eyes. His tail slowly wagging.
Roll for persuasion.
His front paws patting a little eagerly.
80,000 gold.
So that would be 8,000 platinum, far and above what Nim has. Nim has an eighth of that. His ears are gonna droop and his tail will stop
Cray,
wagging.
roll insight. As you also accompanied him into this room.
How does a 13 do?
You saw him notice something about that paper that he was looking over. And that is not as expensive as a luck blade could be.
Cray raises a brow to him. Is there something off with the documentation?
Not quite. However, this luck blade is not quite up to the standards of a traditional luck blade.
Couldn't you mention that up front?
You wanted to buy it. However, we are currently holding it for the time being until we can get someone who can bring it up to its pristine standard. That luck blade does not have any wishes in it. But that's not something that we can't fix. There's just not... We're just having some difficulty contacting someone who could repair that feature. If he would be fine with it, our price would be the 80,000. It's still a good sword regardless. It'll bring you luck.
I just don't have that much. But,
This-
okay.
This is our top stuff. Literally our best inventory.
Well, apparently not if they're trying to sell ones that are damaged.
Well,
it's not
Wait.
damaged.
It's out of charges and they're trying to recharge it. But until then, it's at a discount.
Man, I'm surprised anyone even knows what a luck blade is. That's like a legendary item.
Yeah. However, this is a high magic world. But this is also literally their best inventory in a exclusive membership club magic store.
So this is like we just walked into the endgame magic store and went, I want that one. And they're like, ah, yes, this grants wishes. Give us all of your money.
I will say it is mid-high tier. It's not the best magic shop you could find. But Nim managed to find his way into a really good store.
I was going to say, if there's a higher tier magic store, they'd probably just sell wishes on bottle caps.
In exchange for
it's
half
on
your
wrap-
lifespan with each purchase.
Cray, it's raffle tickets. But here's there's like one raffle ticket with a wish. The rest of the raffle tickets have curses.
Ooh,
that
what
last
about
for like a week.
what about an eldritch staff? I will link it to
Well-
you, Digi. It's not a permanent bonus just by using it, but it's got some fun abilities.
I can see this.
It's definitely not a flaming sword, which apparently can be used forever with the extra fire damage.
Yeah,
Just
that
seems so
surprised me
broken.
too.
That seems so broken to me, especially... What is the rarity of that? Because looking at this Eldritch Staff, it's... very rare. It is considered very rare. It's got 10 charges. It regains some at dawn. It's a +1. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can expend up to 3 of its charges. For each charge you expend, the target takes an extra 1d6 or 1d8 lightning damage. And the flaming does 1 or 2d6. Was it?
I believe that's correct.
Let me double check because it's in my on my sheet.
Yeah.
Yep, 2d6 fire damage.
Wow. Hard to believe that's just an enchantment. That was
Yeah.
just in here.
I mean,
But
I
Sword
can
of Frost
see
could also do some interesting things.
the Eldritch Escape is a really nice one.
Oh, definitely.
If you take damage while holding the staff, you can use your reaction to expend 3 of the staff's charges, whereupon you turn invisible and teleport yourself, along with any equipment you are wearing or carrying, up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
You remain invisible until the start of your next turn. Cast a spell or deal. Ah, handy. Very nice.
Very handy for really nasty situations. But the downside there is that it's got the charges, which in turn means if I expend all of them, boom, it blows up. Or it is gone, and basically I get like 3 attacks with the lightning per day if I do the max. Whereas that sword can apparently do 2d6 forever.
Yeah, it just turns on and goes. It just turns. At the cost of 1 bonus action to turn it on. My word.
Yeah. What is that? I'm just curious on... Because, like, the balancing here seems weird.
It is.
It's
a flame tongue.
Flame tongue.
It's a rare enchantment.
That's only rare?
Yeah, according to this item template.
By the way, we're probably not going to finish the battle today.
Oh no, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
looks like you're waiting two more weeks for your win.
No, we can do it next week.
We're going to be down two main characters.
Why 2?
Won't Graham not be here?
Yeah, but why 2? Is somebody else not being here next week?
No, I guess you're right.
Might. I don't know.
I mean, Luca may not be able to be there for the entire the session.
Yeah.
Besides that, yeah, I don't know. If Graham is the only one that's indisposed every 2 weeks. Besides people just not showing up.
We can probably at least start it.
Yeah.
That.
Well,
that
I mean, if I'm gonna be missing like the last half of it, then you might as well just save it for the paralogue.
We can still get... I mean, we're not going to be jumping right into battle anyways.
True enough. There's lots to do at an auction, and perhaps Nim could buy a creature with a nice set of wings, even.
Ooh.
You wouldn't want to have them ripped off somebody that or something that's alive.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's pretty much what you're gonna be doing at Tyler. What you were gonna be doing at Tyler's anyway.
Wings don't come out of nowhere, Nim. They have to come off something.
Yeah, but it's different for something, something that already died, potentially of natural causes. As long as he doesn't
Like his
know.
teeth.
No. Like old age.
Or murder by party.
Or murdered by party.
He would not want to personally buy something that would then need to be killed for them.
Fair enough. I mean, they could be surgically removed, but...
He wouldn't want to do that either. Seriously.
What about a Simic experiment that had them surgically attached? Would you then be comfortable having them removed? If it was never supposed to have wings in the first place.
Probably not. But maybe. Either way, I'm thinking that Nim's just not going to have the money for this right now, so we'll move on.
Perhaps you'll come into a large amount of money again at some other point in the future.
Or we'll just find something. One of the two.
Also that. So Nim and Cray leave peacefully, having witnessed the best inventory that is kept under lock and key and escort.
And
Fair
didn't
enough.
buy nor steal any.
They'll make a note of it and come back to it later.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Oh, is Riptide's new equipment ready?
Time passes. Eventually, he does come out with the scarf. It's looking kind of blotchy and purple.
So is that
it? Yeah, it'll sort itself out once he attunes to it.
Well, thank you very much.
No problem. Wiping some sweat off his brow.
Nim will, of course, have paid him already, but he's going to toss in a lizard skewer.
What's this?
Oh, it's a treat. I got it from home.
He briefly considers it, then just says, fuck it, I'm hungry, and just eats. Oh, it's pretty good, actually.
I mean, foobs is foobs.
Foobs. Foobs is good.
To quote Riptide, but nom nom.
I like my tubes like I like my doobs with foobs boobs.
Oh my word.
Boob doob scrooba-doob.
So,
everyone has gotten their gear.
Yes.
Yay.
Now on to the auction house.
Yep. In the Simic territory. And you're even suggested to get on a certain carriage to be taken to the auction.
Does it look and or smell like the bus?
No.
Then Nim will get on.
In the distance. Faster! Drive faster! Nim hears education.
So,
and showing your invitations to the driver, you are taken down many streets before 2 buildings part, making a new pathway that the carriage takes. And down this is a very fancy auction house, actually.
Question: has Graham ever had to come here before for one of his family's jobs?
Not here, but you can identify that those buildings that just moved are ancient mimics.
Ah!
Wait, what?
I said that 2 buildings parted as this carriage approached, showing another road that this carriage went down. Those buildings, as Graham recognized, are ancient mimics.
Ah, I see. Looks like building, tastes like mimic.
Looks like building, tastes like mimic. Mimic.
Yep. Looks like the rumors are true that some civic buildings are just mimics.
I bet that
I mean,
keeps the
that's what-
crime rate low.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Probably.
break into this house. Nom nom nom.
I'd like to direct your attention back to the Guild Tales chat.
Okay. Ah, yes. How delightful.
In fond memory.
Mimic.
Mimic.
Oh yeah.
This
I remember him.
animation was the greatest thing to come out of the previous campaign.
That is delightful.
He's
It's
on his
just
way to
so
commit crimes
hilarious
convention.
and awesome.
Ah, where's that one with the dusty plush when it was disguised as a cup?
Well, that's way far back.
I wasn't. I don't think
know.
I was there for that one.
Yeah, this was the old campaign back with the first set of guys in the Wednesday game.
Okay.
This was made by Chili Felix, otherwise known as Nash.
Delightful. Just delightful.
Amazing artist.
Not Nash.
Fluffy,
Wasn't
was
it?
it?
Yeah, Fluffy.
His name was Fluffy?
Madly Fluffy, but yeah.
Question: has anybody heard from Red Mite lately?
I have.
Nice.
They're just not. I think they're just
A lot going
anxious. I guess.
on. Oh, anxious?
Like I'm not sure why they're not showing up, but they're free to whenever they want, and I've told them as much.
Okay.
He has a lot going on.
Fair.
I still wish he had stuck on as a player, but
Me too.
Me too. Me too.
Me 4.
Yeah.
Aw.
Maybe one of these days they'll come back as a player. Even
Maybe.
if it's just a cameo.
That'd be nice.
So
Honestly.
anyways, to the auction house.
Yep.
Nim is
is.
currently in a very fine robe. Probably not a style that is common in Ravnica. It's one that he would have seen an Archmage wearing in Faerun. So possibly nobody's ever seen this style, but of course it's adapted for himself. But
This is a huge place, and you can probably just imagine there's more chairs. I'd made this a while ago. I was thinking I'd have decorated it more by now, but I guess I kept forgetting to do that.
so
Now
yeah.
I shall be putting everyone on.
So what you're telling me is that you failed.
Yes.
Can't fail.
Nim will have Silver dress, just for the record. Silver is dressing himself in a similar style, but not as fancy. It's a apprentice kind of robe, and he'll have Riptide mimic that style that he has Silver do.
Anyone looks good in a robe.
Provided, Riptide is willing.
Riptide has no clue what the difference between one clothy skin and another clothy skin is, so...
Markov is wearing his.
I'm still kind of curious if they'll let Riptide in.
Yeah,
Consider
Cray's
Riptide's
No.
supposed to be one of the exhibits.
Cray wants to enter disconnected from everyone else.
Pardon?
Like he either wants to walk in first or he wants to walk in after everyone else has walked in.
Now, Riptide, are you trying to present yourself in an acceptable fashion? Or are you just wearing clothes and slithering?
Yeah, he doesn't really know
Nim?
how to wear clothes properly.
Nim would have given him a crash course from his own perspective of how to do it. But I imagine enough of his tail is uncovered that he could still, move around.
Also, to the party's great benefit, I have given Graham a single in-combat healing spell.
Yay.
For only the most dire circumstances of healing.
Hooray! Healing.
Maybe, if he's not too pissed off at whoever's dying at the moment.
True enough.
Okay, so you're never going to use that spell. Got it.
Eh.
I mean, you don't like anybody, so you get pissed off easy.
Nim likes a lot of people. Nim is borderline. He doesn't know how to feel about Riptide, but it seems like it's leaning a little bit more towards the Nim category of things. But he likes everyone else. Nim's the only person who's really just kind of borderline up being on his shit list.
Is it really borderline?
It is, because like I said, he's just like, Nim is basically like a child who doesn't know better, so being pissed off at him does nothing, and it's just like, he might as well just be pissed off at a rock he stubbed his toe against.
I,
So yeah, Nim's kind of giving Riptide a crash course on the way over mentally, which is the best way to give that because he can send, visual examples on how
Yes.
to act, how to behave, etc.
No eating
Well-
people even if they look tasty.
Oh.
Yeah, that was lesson 1. With the caveat of, even though it doesn't make any sense, you really shouldn't do that.
And despite multiple but nom,
But despite multiple but nom.
Nom nom.
Nom nom.
I will ask for a charisma roll with advantage from Riptide.
I would also like to mention that Graham is also gonna be doing going in separate from Nim, Silver, and Riptide.
Acceptable.
people don't immediately
Riptide,
assume he's
you
bad.
seem perfectly acceptable. They've seen all sorts of weird sorts in the Simic, and you're led on by.
Yay.
He seems like he can conduct himself just fine.
Because he's too busy listening to Nim to actually focus on anything else. So they just think he's walking on by, but instead he's actually getting this whole lecture and doesn't know how to act.
Mm-hmm.
He looks confident. I mean, with the right amount of confidence, you can go anywhere.
Well,
At least until he
the
bites
age-old
someone's
adage of-
arm off.
yeah, the age-old adage of "look like you belong" and people won't question it. I, at one point at one of my jobs, was moving computers between two of our offices. I'm literally using my own car. I had my badge put away because I was outside the building, and I'm transferring computers directly from an open door that leads inside to one of the storerooms to the boot of my car. I had numerous people, including security guards, just walk past. No one asked me what I was doing. No one questioned anything.
Wonderful.
Did
I was
they
worried because-
recognize you, or were you just how long had you been working there?
I'd been there for a while. The thing is, because it was a big department, like tens of thousands of people, government department, and most people, if they heard me talk, they'd probably recognize me because people had heard my voice more often, but people wouldn't have recognized my face.
Ah.
But the thing is, I mean, I was acting like I belonged because I was doing what I was supposed to do.
Yes.
Yes, very much one of those cases of if you act like you're doing the right thing and belong there, people don't question it.
Nim is going to direct Riptide to settle into the chair next to him.
Ray is going to take a seat somewhere back here.
There are no seats back there.
Yes, there
He
are.
said there are seats, he just hadn't added them all yet.
Oh.
Ray is
But
purposely
Nim wanting front row
distancing.
seats makes sense.
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised they aren't reserved or taken by the biggest wigs in the area.
No, there are other seats
Yeah.
higher
if you
up.
if you want that, take a look on the other side of the stage.
Ah, yes.
Oh, good point.
So, yes. Oh my god.
What?
Alright, now we may be having problems. Those are the reserved seats.
The what now?
Those are the reserved seats over there. The one Nim just parked himself on the other side of the stage.
Very top of the map.
Very top.
Would they even let him up onto the stage to get back there?
There's no one to stop him.
I mean, the guards aren't icons, so I'm assuming they're more suits of armor designed to, like, they're the display suits of armor as opposed to.
Oh no,
I know, but there's gotta be guards here.
Yeah, there are. Those are guards. I've not put them as tokens on the map because that would basically put them on the initiative tracker, and if things go the way I suspect they might, I'm going to have a lot on the initiative tracker anyway. I'll save that for then, to which case they're asking.
And then, are we saving combat for next session, or?
We'll see how this goes. There is a good possibility of combat, but if things do not go that way, I'll applaud the party and say, good luck, you avoided a entire auction house full of chimeras.
Nim is actually going to... I assume those other seats are visible from the front, right?
Yes, they are, but they're elevated.
Are they accessible from the entrance?
He'd have to take a jump up. They're not that elevated.
Okay.
Gray is going to peek the side doors.
Well, if nobody is going to stop him, Nim will try to go for it.
The guards are asking, who is that wolf? Who is that?
It's the excuse me,
Get
sir.
him back in his seat.
Excuse me, sir. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Gray's using this distraction to peek into this door.
Alright.
Well, if they're coming after him, then, you know.
I mean, they're moving forward and asking, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to take my seat.
And Nim's gonna get thrown out.
Then would you happen to be the third Lord's son?
I have come from a long way away, and this is... I am definitely a man of great importance.
We do not believe you are the son of the third Lord Belfin.
Of course not. He might as well be a peasant compared to me.
Oops, dares.
Do the Civics have lords? Or who's actually what guild are the guards from?
The guards are from the Civic, but they have been taught to treat their guests with as much respect as possible.
Okay, so they're Simic.
They're the ones that deal with the rich folk.
They're saying that
I'm just trying to figure out who's. I'm trying to see if there's someone employing them. Especially if actually, let me roll perception hearing, because if Graham overhears that there's a lord supposed to be here, he'd wonder like what faction that person's from. So let's see, where's perception? There it is. So I would assume that he could hear that them stopping it.
Yep.
And then I guess history to see if Graham knows the name. Does Graham know the name?
You know that they have a vast bank account with the Orzhov.
What do I know what guild they're from though?
Big chat, can we get a reroll, please?
Oh no.
Please tell me there's somebody out there to give us a reroll. Cray's gonna need it.
Somewhere out there.
If anyone can filibuster for long enough to beg chat for a reroll,
It's Cray.
Oh, you know that I
Right,
can.
start in with the Cave Jackson quotes.
I'm
Alright.
just remembering.
It's your
back to
only
the,
hope. Cave
All right, everybody,
Jackson
Tunnel
your way
Jackson
into a
here. We're
reroll.
coming in and we're needing a reroll for, quote, one dumbass bird.
Now, I assume you're opening this door if you're rolling stealth.
Oh, I was going to emote that since I got a natural 1, I don't open the door, but I face plant into it, slam down on my front, and the door opens wide. But we've gotten a reroll in chat, so I'm rerolling.
Thank you,
Okay.
Kindle.
Gets another one. Okay, better.
Saved by the bell.
And Cray is going to... First, he's going to check around the door for any, like, obvious notes of, like, a guard inside or anything, like, you know. And you peek under the door and you see, like, the two pillars of the bottom of someone's feet.
You see cages.
I don't see any feet, people.
Not from there. But this door is also doesn't really have a lot of gap between it and the ground. But you do see scales.
In a cage?
No, out of a cage.
Hmm. Is there a keyhole I can look through?
Not really.
Is it dark in there?
Pretty dim.
Dim enough to shadow step?
Quite.
Okay. He is going to open the door a bit and peek his head in. Very quietly.
Ah. Are they visible? I forgot to ask.
They are very visible.
There is some horrible gray-colored monstrosity in a cage, and a naga that seems to be keeping vigil over it out of a cage.
Has it noticed me?
It has not.
Please slowly close the door and make my way back out.
So meanwhile, Nim up on stage.
Guards are disputing your claims to nobility and asking for identification.
Very scoot.
As Nim forgets that literally everyone in this city actually has actual identification on them at almost all times.
Excuse me, sorry.
Because it's not a thing in where he came from, really.
I can just imagine the response of, "Can I please get your identification that you're a noble?" Hit from Riptide. There.
So what are they? So they're questioning
Asking
it.
for your Yes, they're asking for your identification and proof of your claim.
You want proof of my claim? I am High Archmage of Mulmaster.
What?
Hey.
Yes, I know you don't. You haven't heard of the other dimensions, but just trust me. This is well above your. This is well above your pay grade. Now, if you would be so kind as to let me take my proper seat.
Element, you were saying something?
I just wanted to say that I think I need to get ready to head to bed. It is getting pretty late for me. We
It
are,
is getting pretty late.
yeah, we are 1 hour past our usual end time after all.
All
Oh,
right.
fair enough.
I think we'll we'll finish up this little scene and then end.
Yeah,
Yep.
sounds good.
Too bad that I'm gonna have to let that little plot thread go, but
I
such
suppose
is as how it is.
I suppose I can stay until the scene ends.
Yes. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Prey is notably checking the left hallway while this is going on still.
We can come back to that next week.
They are, however, very much thinking that you're a right and proper loon.
Very well. I suppose I shall have to resign myself to the commoners. But do not think that I will not be speaking to your superiors about this.
You can speak to him all you want, you crazy mutt.
Now it is Markov's time to make the throne.
Oh. Now, how will you be making the throne? Will you perhaps be making the throne of gods of chairs stacked on other chairs?
I hear you, crazy mutt, and I was about ready to hear roll for initiative from them.
Oh, Lord.
He was considering it very, very... He was very much considering that.
They do not recognize the authority of Mulemaster.
Nim is making note of all of their scents. He will find them.
Sad because, you know, at the moment, Graham actually has a little bit more respect for Nim for not, you know, blowing it to bite these people.
That's wonderful.
I mean, he's not going to bite them now, but they will get bit.
Well, as long as he bites them after it's either, you know, like, you know, whenever things actually kick off and we fight, or, you know, after we're done, then Graham won't care as much as if he bites them right now.
Yes.
No, if he were to lash out right now, it would be, you know, magic.
Fair.
Fireball!
Fireball.
Yeah,
Yum.
if Nim throws a fireball in this place before we even find the Tyler guy, he will let Nim face the consequences of his actions alone.
But Nim is not. Yet.
And Graham, even though it's only a tiny little bit, is proud of Nim for showing possibly one of the few signs of self-restraint he's ever shown.
So technically
the other being
speaking,
not biting Red.
technically speaking, Nim could very easily kill all of these guards. All he has to do is grapple them and then planeswalk.
Wait, really? Is that how it works?
How good is your planeswalking ability?
By
Nim,
lore,
you can't take other people with you when you planeswalk. That is a very specific trait. You have something that lets you call other people to you.
No,
That's what he's
I
saying.
mean,
He grabs them, he planeswalks, and by law, if you planeswalk with someone who isn't also a planeswalker, they die.
Oh, is that how it works?
You can try and take someone with you.
Yeah.
I thought you just ceased to be in that current location.
No.
Nope.
You can drag somebody with you. And, you know, it's a very effective form of assassination.
Again, but your actual ability to do a proper planeswalk is... You have yet to have practiced it, really, or used it any?
Yes,
so
he has.
For all you know... Oh?
In the
I
last
taught him.
in the last session, he actually managed to go back to Master, funnily enough.
Yeah.
I
went
feel
to-
like for in-game purposes, we're not just going to allow you to planeswalk and kill people.
Oh, of course not. I won't be. This is one of those. Technically, that is a thing. Mechanically, I
absolutely.
am not going to use that, except for maybe one or two very minor, like when he goes and finds this guard later. Maybe I can convince.
Maybe you can do it for gags, but not for actual combat.
Yeah.
It's for off-screen deaths, not for combat deaths.
Yeah. There's a lot, there's things that are technically this is how it would work, but I'm never going to use it that way.
All right.
Makes sense.
But
I
this
was about to say,
particular
that'd be
guard,
really
I will happily do so.
You will cease to exist.
He doubted Nim's power and authority.
Wait,
Who, what now?
Wait, isn't Nim aware that if he plays walks with somebody that does not play correctly, he will kill them?
No, actually, he's not aware of that.
He has a
I don't
small
think he is.
inkling that something happened, because he did originally planeswalk, and he's aware of that with Shenzi, but he's aware that something weird happened there. So no, he would not use that as a means of assassination, because he does not know that it just kills them. Shenzi was a very special circumstance where he drew her into him kind of subconsciously, but no, he would not be he is aware that it would kill somebody, but only vaguely aware.
Oh, so that's what happened to Shensi? Nim plays walk with her and she disappeared because of that?
Yes, that was
Yes.
the story there, is that basically all of them, the entire party, was swirling down a whirlpool. They were
Facing basically certain death.
Yeah, they died. That is how the campaign has officially ended. And
Not all of us.
Huh?
Not all of us. We only mostly died.
Fair enough. But anyways, Nim responded by he did not want to go without his best friend forever, because, he made an oath to her that they would be best friends forever, and he still very much wants to find her inside of himself, but he knows he can't do that yet. But that is something that I will be pushing for him figuring out.
Gotcha.
Yes. And I have actually gone back. I've watched Fists of Furry.
Excellent.
So I do have things prepared.
Oh.
Did you enjoy the episode where they tried to consummate their marriage?
It was an interesting watch.
Anyways, I think that is where we can go ahead and wrap it up then.
All right.
And I'm getting hit by bots.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Why do you have bots?
Scammers.
Because it's TF2, man versus machine.
Eric.
They're scam bots.
Joke.
Well, now we have to wait for the Marten video.
Duke.
Duke.
Well, I hope Toshime likes this. When they watch the recording.
I do too. Oh, they're fleas. I like that explanation, Kindle.
Oh my
I
God.
like it.
Unwanted.
I'm going to totally start using that going forward, Kindle, and people that weren't here right now are going to be like, what
We'll
the
be
hell?
so confused.
Using what?
Calling the bots fleas.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Now I'm waiting for someone to make a flea persona.
God, that
I'm
would be
sure
awful.
it exists.
It has to exist. It's the
There
internet.
are-
If you can
The
think
thing-
about it, it exists.
Yeah,
I mean-
the thing about the internet is that if you can think it or it can be done, someone is into it, doing it, or any other number of things.
I mean, Uncle Kage, like the owner / head chairman of the biggest furry, arguably one of the biggest furry conventions in the world, his persona is a cockroach.
Yeah.
Oh, bye.
Oh my.
I know some people who do rhino beetles.
But anyways, thank you all so much for joining us today for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our disc. Hellman, please do not use those to interrupt our tabletop games.
No.
Welcome, but don't use those for that. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below. Thank you so much for coming on by and joining us today. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. Oh, you weren't rude, Hellman. It's fine. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm sorry we're ending here, but, you know, I do hope to see you again in the future. But yeah, thank you again, everybody, so much. Thank you for supporting the channel and keeping it going. But for now, I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
guys.
I got to
Bye-bye.
save the whole session.
Congratulations! How'd you like it?
It was lots of fun.
I'm glad. This is how they usually go. This is.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Anir. Good night, Kindle. Good night, Hellman. Good night, Sarah. Good night, everybody else.
Good night.
Good night.